Testing. Good morning. Good morning. Woohoo. Everyone's awake. Welcome to Canada. Welcome to Lambton College in Toronto, and Happy New Year to everyone. My name is Shauna Sheldon. I head up quality assurance at the college. I'll be doing a couple sessions today as well. What we're going to start with, though, first is the land acknowledgement. Today we begin our coming together with a statement for us all to reflect on the unique connections and relationships Indigenous persons and their ancestors have had with this land for thousands of years. The land we are standing on today is the traditional territory of the many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Williams Treaties. At this time, we would also like to recognize and support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action. And we invite everyone to take a moment to reflect on how we can all continue to support the process of reconciliation. Thank you. Before we get started, and I'm going to walk you through what you can expect for the next 7 hours, I guess, of the day, or 8 hours of the day. We have lots planned for you today. It's going to be a busy day. You'll be taking you have tomorrow off. Friday's schedule is for everyone. So hopefully you'll be back on Friday so that you can take in some of those sessions. The sessions on Friday are very different from the ones that are today. Before I get started, I'm just going to introduce you to Caroline Rodas. Caroline heads up the orientation. This is all of her doing, and you probably heard from her before you came to Canada with some details about the orientation and what you could expect. And you'll be hearing from her throughout the day with a number of reminders just to keep everyone on track. If you have any questions, you can reach out. You can connect with Caroline, but you can also, there's lots of people around campus that are wearing Lambton College in Toronto t-shirts. They're ambassadors, and they are students of the college. Feel free to ask them for guidance. They know the drill, they know where you need to be, and it can be a little bit overwhelming. So let's just make sure I didn't cover anything. Okay, or I covered it. Okay, so to get started, this QR code will go up several times throughout today, but if you can take a quick scan of it now, you'll be entered into a draw, and we'll be doing that draw at the end of the day at around 4 o'clock, I think, something like that. Also, for those of you at the back, if you can't hear me, I have a tendency to talk with my hands, so I do this, and then you can't hear. So if you cannot hear me, just wave. Okay, you can hear me now, right? Cool. Okay, so like I said, we'll put that QR code up a few times throughout the day today. All good? Anyone at mid-scan? Yes. Okay. So this is a very, it's a little confusing. There's a lot on that slide, but these are the things that we're going to be covering Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So today, you're going to be attending some sessions on Canadian culture, transportation. You'll learn about academic clubs, student wellness and immigration, academic integrity and student success, and student services and advising. Those sessions today will be happening either in here, this room, the atrium, or in room 218 and 220. And that room is right there behind you all and to your left. To your right is the study space. You'll use that all term because you're all going to be great studiers. But today, we're going to set it up with clubs and vendors, and you can stop in there whenever you have a little bit of a break. We've tried to give you some breaks throughout the day so that you can grab a snack or connect with other people or actually go and check out some of the sports and the clubs and the academic and actually the other supports that are available to you. You'll also, how many of you are in a co-op program? Lots of hands. So you'll be meeting your co-op advisor today, which is great for you. This is someone you're going to have a relationship with right until you get your co-op placement in your 4th semester. Well, you'll get it during your recruiting term, which is your 3rd semester. But you'll meet that co-op advisor today, and you're going to learn all there is to know about co-op and how to start prepping for that. Co-op is a fantastic opportunity for you to get Canadian experience and experience in the profession that you have chosen to study in, right? You'll also meet your program advisor. So this is the person that heads up the program. You might even meet other faculty in your program today. So the session here, oops, I don't know if, oh, yes, I do. This is the program information session. And those are going to be offered throughout the day. They're only offered once for each program, so just make sure that you catch the program information session that where your program coordinator will be providing that information. And then lastly, we will, in the atrium today, we've got a few different sessions. One will be the director of the college. He will be coming to the atrium, hang on for a sec, I think 11:30, is he? Yes. So Michael will be here at 11:30. So you'll meet him. He's an awesome guy. You'll probably get to know him throughout your career at the college here. And also we will be meeting back here at the end of the day to do the draw for prizes. And also we're going to do a Kahoot. It's a game. It's a trivia game. And so I encourage you to listen carefully in the sessions that you're going to be attending today so that you can do well on that Kahoot, because we have prizes for the top 3 point getters in that Kahoot game. I already mentioned that on the 2nd floor over here, you'll see that there are a number of booths set up, and you can talk to students, vendors, and members of staff who can guide you. Oh, so I should mention, I already mentioned that Friday the sessions are all very different. So on Friday, you're going to be learning about documenting your sources and doing research, housing and accommodation, and keeping you safe. Student portals, so that's Web Advisor and the database, and Moodle. You'll learn a little bit about Moodle. How many of you have already been into Moodle? Awesome. That's good. That's the learning management system that, you know, is kind of your entry into not only resources, but all of your classes. Also, I should mention that everything that we're going to be throwing at you today, we will be providing the recordings of the sessions, which reminds me I should welcome anyone who's joining us from home. This has all been being streamed through our YouTube channel, so we have some people joining us from home, and all of those sessions, all the sessions in the atrium today will be streamed to those folks. There are also, for those of you at home, there are also links on the Lambton College in Toronto website for you to get access to your program information session and your co-op session. So on Friday, we'll also have sessions on part-time jobs, I mentioned the student portals, campus safety, and GuardMe insurance. So that is the insurance that all of you, that's the insurance provider, the representative will be here on Friday answering any questions that you have about GuardMe. That'll be a really good session for you. And then clubs and student success. I don't know if I mentioned the part-time jobs. I know a lot of you are probably keen to start looking for a part-time job, and Christina will be here on Friday to walk you through all of the resources that are available to help you with that. You'll meet a police officer on Friday, so he comes to every orientation. He's pretty awesome, and he will just kind of give you some tips and some guidance and some ideas about how you can keep yourself safe and things to look out for here in Canada. And then we'll have on Friday a scavenger hunt. It's a blast, and it is something that Alejandra, I don't know if she's in the room, but she will be heading up, and we'll have prizes for that too. It does give you an opportunity to work with other people that you'll probably be meeting today, and also to see campus. It's a great way for you to see all the areas of the campus that you might not see today. Okay, so I'm going to jump into what you can do, what we're doing today. It's a choose your own adventure, sort of. Some sessions are offered multiple times, so you can choose when to do those sessions. But there are 2 sessions that I've already mentioned that are only offered once. The one is your co-op information session when you're going to be meeting your program, your co-op advisor, and the other one is your program information session in which you'll be meeting your faculty and the coordinator of your program. So this is what the schedule looks like. You all would have received this on your way in today. If you didn't get a copy, we have them at the front, and we will have this up throughout the day so that so that you always are aware of where you can, the sessions that are available at the time slots. So you can see that there's sessions running throughout the day. The ones on the left, these 2 columns, are in the atrium and the will room. So this room and that room. And the ones on the right are the ones that are only offered once throughout the day. So just make sure that you're paying attention to when they're going to be offered. So, I'm going to go to, sorry, that's the Tuesday session, so let's just go to the Wednesday. Yeah. Okay, so today we've got BM, put your hand up if you're here from BMHT. Awesome. And if you're from FPWT, okay, and FSQT. Okay, so those 3 programs have, as you can see, a program or a session over here. So FPWT folks will be going to 126, BMHT students will be going to 127, and FSQT students will be going to 128. And then for the rest of the day, until the end of the day, you can choose whichever sessions you want to go to, but you want to make sure that you get all of these in. So let's take a look at an example. Mark is an FPWT student. So if he looks at the schedule, he can see he's got that session with Dawn. Dawn's your program coordinator if you're in FPWT. And he's going to attend that session in room 126. Then he's going to go to either student wellness or academic integrity. In this case, he's going to academic integrity. Then he's going to do student services and advising. And it looks like he should be going to student wellness and immigration support, because I've circled academic integrity twice. Sorry about that. And Canadian culture and transportation is what he's going to do last. And then he's going to meet his co-op advisor at the end of the day. In between, he's going to be doing all of this other stuff. We all reconvene back in the atrium. You'll be, you can scan your QR code for the prizes at the end of the day. You'll be meeting Michael. We'll be doing the Kahoot here. So this is kind of the headquarters for you for today. So as you can see, he's now checked everything off that he has to do. He has to do his info session, his co-op advisor, Canadian culture, student services, academic integrity, student success, student wellness, and immigration. And as I mentioned before, throughout the day, you can also check out the clubs and all the other stuff that's available in the hallways and in the study space upstairs. I mentioned this already. And that's it. So to start, we are going to, you can either stay here. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. You can either stay here and learn about Canadian culture, or you can go to the Will Room and learn about student services and advising. If you are in any of those three programs, you're going to head down the hallway here. 126, 127, and 128 are just around the corner here. And those sessions are starting in about, because I want a minute long. Have a great day. Hello. Okay, so which programs do we have here now? CPE? Oh, that's awesome. So you're going to meet Sarmad this afternoon, construction project management. My husband actually is in land development. Can you hear me? Oh, better, eh? My husband is in land development, and he says for every crane in Toronto, there's 200 jobs. And we're going through a housing crisis, so obviously lots of construction. But but that means lots of jobs for people who are in your field. And also, Toronto has the most cranes of any international city across the world right now. So you're in a good spot. Any other programs here? MMDT. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so we've got some creative and some construction. So that's, and some construction that is creative, I'm sure. So, well, welcome. Welcome to Toronto. How many of you just recently arrived, like in the last week or so? Oh, good. So you've been here for a bit? You've been here, were you here for the holiday season? Yes? Oh, no, you just arrived. When did you arrive? January 1st. Oh, my goodness. So you've only been in Toronto for 2 days. Well, welcome. You came at a cold time. It is a bit chilly right now. And it's supposed to get to -13, minus 13 tomorrow, which is very, very cold. Okay, so, my session is Canadian culture, and the reason we do this session is because we want you to get a sense of what to expect, not just in your classes and in around campus, but in Toronto. Like in Toronto, in the GTA, there's lots of things for you to know as a Canadian, things that will be expected of you and things that you can expect of other people, right? So when we talk about culture, actually I like to ask this question because I used to be an English instructor at the college, and my background is in marketing and communications. But I used to ask the students all the time, and I taught here for probably 7 or 8 years before I took on the role that I'm in now. But I used to ask students all the time, how many languages do you speak? And it amazes me that some students speak or understand like more than 3, 4, 5 languages. It's crazy, but I have a huge appreciation for that. But I do think there's probably lots of languages spoken in this room, which is very, very cool. Language is a big part of culture, right? But the other aspects of culture are things like attitudes and behaviors, feelings, values, all those things that make up who we are, right? So it's good for you to get a sense of what the culture here is in Canada so that you know what to expect, right? So that you know what to expect, and then people will expect the same of you eventually once you have been here for a bit. So you'll probably recognize a number of these images. These are all kind of stereotypes about Canada. Hockey, devastation yesterday. Our World Juniors lost. And it's the first time we haven't had a medal at the World Juniors, I think, in decades. It was very sad for us, but we take hockey very, very, very seriously here in Canada. I was hoping I was going to be able to give you some homework and get you to watch the next game, but we're out now. So that's kind of sad. This guy, he's our national animal, but truth be told, I've never seen one. And I'm in my 50s. I have not seen a beaver. I have seen these. This says elk, moose, or elk. I've seen several moose. If you go to northern Ontario, you'll see moose. And they're massive, by the way. They're massive. And bear. I've seen lots of bears. Just stay away from both of them because they are massive and they're dangerous. They look kind of cute, but stay away from them. Skating, big deal. Montreal, if you get a chance to go to Montreal, it's really not that far. It's a road trip. And it's kind of our version of like a European city, which is kind of cool, cobblestone streets and stuff. Montreal is a very cool city, and they speak French there, but they also speak English. So you should be fine. And then this is kind of funny. We like to think here in Ontario we have mountains, but our friends in Vancouver make fun of us because we actually don't. We have an escarpment. If you do think you'd like to learn how to ski, you can ski here in Ontario. And actually the college often will plan a trip to go north so that you can go skiing. If you don't want to ski, you can tube, which is like tobogganing, but in an inner tube, which is it's a blast as well. But if you're really skilled, you can also snowboard. So the one thing about Canada is that we do get 4 seasons, so you get an opportunity to participate in winter sports, which is pretty cool for some people. Does anyone recognize that cup? Do you know where that's from? Tim Hortons. It's a Tim Hortons cup. Tim Hortons is as iconic as all the other images that I just showed you. And that is actually just ice on the window. He's not breaking the window. It's actually ice on the window. If you do get your driver's license here and you have a car, your car, there's a very good chance that your window will ice up like that as well. But we're going to try to break through those stereotypes today. So I have a scenario situation for you. Imagine that you are walking through the hallway on your way to class. You bump into an instructor, and the instructor drops his sheets all over the ground. He's going to apologize, right? Or you're going to apologize. I mean, you're going to apologize to him because you've bumped into him and his papers are all over the floor. You might even help him pick them up, right? Because you feel a little bit bad. But what do you think he's going to do? What do you think your instructor is going to do? The same, right. We are unapologetically apologetic in Canada. We say sorry for everything. We have, someone told a story at the last orientation about someone who picks up the phone and the first thing they say is, sorry, I was busy, or I didn't get the phone on the first ring, and that's what we're constantly apologizing. There's some people in Canada that take offense to the fact that we're so polite, but I like that we have that reputation. We are polite. We are big on manners here in Canada and traditional manners. We also are ethnically diverse. We take great pride in the fact that we are such a multicultural city. Canada is a multicultural country, but right downtown Toronto, I think it's something like 70 or 80 languages are spoken. It's pretty spectacular. We are one of the most international cities in the world. And we take great pride in that, and we're not about the melting pot. We really do celebrate differences. We celebrate cultures here in Canada. You'll find that we will plan a bunch of events on campus for you so that you can take in other cultures, because we're also a very multicultural campus. So we love it. We love it here in Canada for that. The other thing I should mention is if you are homesick and you want authentic food from your home country, you'll find it in Toronto. Because we have lots of immigrants who come here and set up shop. They have a business here in Canada, and so you will always find authentic food somewhere downtown Toronto. We are also an egalitarian society, which means everyone is treated equally. It doesn't matter if you're, doesn't matter about your socioeconomic background, doesn't matter about what languages you speak, where you're from. None of that matters. Everyone is treated equally, which is great for you. It means that everyone in the room has the same rights, right? But it also means you all have the same responsibilities. I mentioned that we're tolerant, but probably more so we celebrate cultural differences. We love that here in Canada. And then we're renowned for our humility. Do you know what that means? We're humble people. We don't brag, even though I just spent a fair amount of time bragging about Canada. We, for the most part, do not brag. So what this means for you is when you're in and around other Canadians, the expectation is that you're open. You're open, you don't approach people aggressively, particularly your instructors, right? When you want to have a conversation with your instructor, don't go up to them, hey, I need to talk to you right now. Or, hey, sir, I got a really bad mark on my exam, and I want to talk to you about it right now. Just be very open, be very calm. I also recommend that you reach out to, if you want to speak to your instructors about anything, send them an email first and just say, can I meet you after class? Can I meet you at the break? They will make time for you, but they probably will not make time for you at the beginning of class during the chaos, because they're trying to get things going. What is it? Oh, this is better? Sorry. I said I talk with my hands, so that's the problem. Pay attention to the tone and pace of your own speech, and make sure that you're speaking clearly, right? You're getting your message across. Okay, any questions about any of that stuff before I move on to culture shock? How long does this session, what time does this session end? Oh, okay, cool, okay. Okay, so we're going to talk about culture shock. Has anyone heard of culture shock? Are you familiar with this concept? So it's very, very, very normal to experience culture shock. How many of you are in Canada for the first time? Pretty much everyone, I think. How many of you have family here with you? So that's great. You have family that will support you. Was your family here before you, or did they come with you? They were here before. Okay, well, that's great. So they know kind of the lay of the land. You can rely on them a bit. But for many of you, you're here on your own, and you're going to be relying on people in the college, people in your community, your fellow students. Just know that you have lots of support around you. And if you go through culture shock, there's a very good chance you will. Everyone does to a certain degree, that you've got lots of supports available to you. So there's 3 stages to culture shock. The first one is the honeymoon stage. So that is in the first or second month. You're all probably feeling pretty cool right now. You've got nothing due next week, right? It's a break between, all of the responsibilities that you had back home, and now you're here in Canada. You might be looking for a part-time job, so make sure you attend Christina's session on Friday. But other than that, really not a lot of stress, right? You won't have stress. You won't have anything due next week. So you're in a good space. But it's going to start to get a little bit stressful because you're going to have assignments. You're going to start a job, probably part-time, and you're going to have to juggle all of that stuff. And you're probably going to miss your family back home. And some of you, your family is in a very different time zone. You're probably going to be having phone calls at like 2 or 3 in the morning. So you're going to be exhausted as well. So there's a lot. Also, you're starting school in the winter months in Canada. We do actually have 4 seasons. And I'm convinced that the reason we like having 4 seasons is so that we can appreciate the other 3. This 4th season is a tough one. And so by February, we're all like, oh, snow, go away. We just want to see some spring. But I will say there was a few years back when I was skiing, May 5th. May, we were skiing. There was snow. But that doesn't happen every year. In fact, that's very rare. But just keep in mind that, this is the toughest. It's cold. You're not getting as much sun. Just know that you may need some support around you. You might be excited and anticipated at this point. You're sad because there are family members back home that you miss. You might be tired, withdrawn. You might have some stomach nervousness. The second stage is in the 2nd to the 6th month. You may feel frustration, anxiety, anger, or homesickness. You may feel sleepy. At this point, you've had a lot of phone calls to your family at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you may want to move home. You're going to hear from Zoe today. She's the immigration consultant. And she's available all the time. She's available online, and she's available once a week. You can reach out to her via email or through the ticketing system to get an appointment with Zoe. But if you do have to go home for some reason, there are steps that you need to take, and it can affect your postgraduate work permit, which is really what the end goal here. So just keep that in mind. But just know that you can ride it out too, as long as you have the supports around you. Get into that 3rd stage in the 7th to 18th month. Emotionally, you're experiencing cultural awareness now and cultural forgiveness. You're accepting of the fact that we're a little bit, quirky. Canadians are a bit quirky, and you've kind of embraced the culture now. And you might have intercultural relationships now, friendships. So just know all of this is very normal. And so when you're feeling kind of those blues, maybe, 4 months or 5 months or 6 months from now, just remember this session, that you know that there's supports available for you. We actually have a wellness coordinator. You guys are benefiting from some changes that took place in the fall. We have a full-time wellness coordinator on campus. You're going to hear from her later today. Her name is Janice, and she's amazing. And she's available for mental health supports. You also will be hearing from Lucia on Friday. She's the GuardMe rep, and she will tell you all about the supports that are available to you through your GuardMe insurance. Lots and lots of support for you. I always say at this point, I can't even imagine being in another country and being ill. Like, I wouldn't even know how to get medical assistance, right? But you have access to all of that. So just make sure that you know how to get it. So just, very normal. Remember this session, very normal for you to be experiencing culture shock. And then just be aware of where you are in the process. You might have good days and bad days. My daughter refers to this as spoons. Has anyone heard this expression, I have no spoons today? Has anyone heard this? It's a TikTok thing. But everyone has five spoons apparently on a good day and 1 spoon on a bad day. And so she reached out to me yesterday and said, I only have 2 spoons today, Mom. And I think she's just coming off of the holidays and getting ready for school. She's in 4th year university, so, just keep in mind you might have like 2 or 3 spoon days, or even a 1 spoon day, and just, maybe call family or reach out to Janice in the wellness center. So lots of supports available to you. Oh, sorry, I should mention, student services at cestarcollege.com will get you right into the ticketing system, and then Janice or someone in student services will reach out to you. Make sure you attend Janice's session today, because she'll give you a lot more information. Okay, any questions on culture shock before I move on to transportation? Has anyone taken TTC yet? Did you all take TTC to get here? So, I haven't taken the TTC in a while, but I do live in Markham, like my friend over here who's my neighbor. You're my neighbor? You're in Markham? So, if I'm going downtown, I actually either take the GO train or TTC. I will not drive downtown. It's absolutely crazy. For whatever reason, there's just a whole lot of construction downtown Toronto right now. Very easy to get going the wrong way on a one-way, which would not be good. But take advantage of the fact that the GO train will take you in style right downtown to Union Station. It's a great ride. It's a little more expensive than TTC, but it is a great ride. And the TTC is also a good option. It's much better than it was pre-pandemic, I will say that. It's getting better. So we're going to go through your options, but the TTC is... it contains 4 subway lines, 9 streetcar routes, and 192 bus routes. You'll find that the subway is quite regular, couple minutes between the subways. But the buses, the schedule is not quite as frequent, but still much better than, in the burbs. In Markham, you can use Viva. Viva is a great option for you, and also YRT. So that's the other one. It's a little bit, it's buses only, but YRT is the York Region Transit. That's another option for those of you living at the north end of the city or above, like north of the city. But driving downtown, not a good idea. It's just crazy. Try to get downtown, like I said. Take in some of the restaurants downtown. It's pretty spectacular. But if you are heading downtown, it's best to take the GO or the TTC. This is the website for the TTC. If you haven't taken it yet, that's how you can get information about it. You do get a pass. You get a discount on your TTC pass. So you just need your student ID. You'll get your student ID from reception. I don't know if Student Services is going to share. I think they'll probably share information about that in their session later today. But you do get a discount. It's normally $156 for the month, and you get it for $128.15, which is good. But if you are not using it on a regular basis, you can just use your Presto card, and $3.30 will get you on the bus or on the subway. GO Transit, like I said, this is to travel in style. It's beautiful. The GO trains are lovely. Even the buses are quite pretty, but it's a little bit more expensive. But if you are only taking it on, occasionally, you can use the GO train. Go to gotransit.com to find out what the routes are, but there is a route that will come here. You can take a bus to get here. So GoTransit is a good option. And by the way, GoTransit comes from all over the GTA. So if you're living on the west, if you end up living on the West End, you can use the GO train, or the East End or North, you can take the GO train. My first house was in Burlington, which is about an hour and 15 minutes away, and it was right on the GO line, and I was able to take the GO to work every day. It was great. The price of trips varies because it depends on how far you're going, but trips of 10 kilometers or less on GoTransit cost $4.40. It's not bad. Or $3.70 with a Presto card. So there's the link to that. York Region Transit I mentioned, so my friend from Markham will be using York Region Transit or Viva. And I think those of you in North York might have access to York Region Transit as well. I will say it's not as, it's pretty high tech. All of the bus stations have all of the, you can find out where the next bus is and when they're going to be arriving, but they're not as frequent. The buses at YRT stations are not as frequent. The fare is $4.25 for adults and $3.88 if you use your Presto or YRT Pay, and Viva is on that line too. We don't have anyone from Brampton, I don't think, but if you ever are in Brampton, this is the line that you'll be using, or the transit system that you'll be using. It's called Brampton Transit. It's about the same price. And then for anyone from Mississauga, I don't think we have anyone here, but My Way is the option in Mississauga. Again, similar price, and that's the website. And then I always recommend that if you have an exam and you have to be there for the exam, of course, that you Uber if you're worried about being late. Uber or taxi. Beck Taxi is kind of the, I've got one more to go, just a minute. Oh, no, that's it. Beck Taxi is the most common taxi here. It's kind of like the yellow cab in New York. But you can also Uber or Lyft, not as popular for whatever reason in Toronto and Canada, I think in general. Maybe on the West Coast, Lyft is more common, but here it's Uber. Most people use Uber. I also offer some advice at this point about tests. So you're going to, when you look at Moodle, you're going to see the missed tests, missed classes, and assignments policy on there. It does say very clearly there that you cannot miss an exam just because you missed a bus. So I would recommend that you take a cab if you're running late, or an Uber. But also, you're going to get a chance to meet people in your program today and in your classes. Make sure you make some friends that you can keep in touch with during at an exam time, because if you reach out to the instructor to say, I'm stuck on a bus and I'm not going to make it to my exam, then they don't know that you're running late. If you arrive after someone in the class and someone has already left, that person has already left. If someone comes in, writes the exam really quickly and leaves, the instructor is not going to be allowed to let you write that exam. That is very clear in our test-taking policy. So just reach out to someone in the class. And let's face it, if there's an exam going on in the class, the instructor's not going to be checking their texts or their email, right? So just make sure you reach out to someone in the class, and the instructors are reasonable. They'll keep people. They'll keep the students even if they finish. They'll keep them to make sure that you get there like within a half hour. It's kind of tough to keep them beyond a half hour, but it's good if you can reach out to someone to let them know. Your instructors will go through that missed tests and missed assignments policy when you start your classes, but take a look at it. It's on all your Moodle pages now. You can take a look at it. You do need a medical note. Don't show up 3 days later and say, oh, by the way, I missed the exam on Monday, because they know, they took attendance. And there's nothing you can do at that point. You got to let them know in advance. So Beck Taxi, Uber, and Lyft. I suspect everyone's familiar with all of these, but those are the websites for all of those rideshare programs, or rideshare options. Give yourself lots of time. Like I said, be my husband. His name's Jason. Be Jason, and be there at 8:45 if your class starts at 9. Your instructors will really appreciate it because they're there, and so they probably want the company. It's also a good way for you to kind of connect with your instructor and maybe ask questions, maybe about the previous lesson. They're there at the beginning if you're there with lots of time. You cannot use the excuse of a slow bus, expect delays in the snowy weather. Oh, I did want to mention too that one of the great things that came out of the pandemic is that we don't have to cancel classes anymore. Lots of times we used to, if the snow was crazy, we used to cancel classes and then we'd have to reschedule them. At this point now, the plan is if there's really crazy snowy weather, we'll just post something on Moodle and you can join your class online, and your instructor will just put the link on your Moodle page so you can join online. So a very quick, how much time do I have? Oh, 5 more minutes. I can get this through this. Are our club people coming? We have academic clubs coming up after me for a couple minutes at the end, but yep, they're here. Okay, cool. So Moodle, you've all been into Moodle? You've all been in there? Okay, so this is kind of your lifeline. Getting into Moodle, it's going to give you all the resources. I just threw a whole bunch of stuff at you, and you're going to be hearing stuff all day from other people. We will be putting all the information in Moodle so that you can take a look at anything there afterwards, but also you can go digging yourself. There's lots of stuff on Moodle, contact information for people that you're meeting today. All the policies that I mentioned are on Moodle. So just know that all of this stuff is available to you. It will give you access to useful resources. You can find out how to contact key personnel. And then lastly, you gain access to all of your courses and course material. So that's the link, but there's a button on your Lambton College in Toronto orientation page. So you're just going to use your mail credentials, the ones that you got probably a couple weeks ago, log in. This is not quite what it looks like because it just went through a big revamp over the holidays, but I'll show you what it does look like now. But I like to show you this because there are still the same sort of sections. You'll see in the middle, this is the news. So in the middle of your Moodle homepage, you'll see all the events that are happening around the college. I mentioned in my opening that there's festivals and stuff to celebrate other cultures. Make sure you're taking full advantage of those events. And you're going to be hearing about academic clubs. They'll post on Moodle as well. Moodle is how we do most of our communication with our students. So there's this area in the middle. There's a quick link down the right side. These are really good links for you. This will connect you with your calendar. This will give you all the contact information. If you saw something, like an event, we're starting Toastmasters in January, for example. If you saw a post on that, I always refer to this part as kind of toilet paper because it just keeps going and going and going. It's like a roll. But if you saw something maybe a couple days earlier, you can just search for it and you can find that post. It'll be in there. So that's where you're going to do that. You're all in co-op, right? You all have a co-op program. So they're going to walk you through that today, but you're using My Career to get access to jobs, to book appointments with your co-op advisor. That's kind of the portal for getting access to all of that stuff. Web Advisor is where you'll see your grades, your official grades at the end of every semester. So those links are really good. This one has changed. So I'm going to now go on to, oh, sorry, I should mention this. The menu items across the top, that's where you're going to find all the resources that you're hearing about today. Also, I forgot to mention the job board. Christina's going to mention this on Friday as well. So there's a job board here, and go in and check on it. Check it regularly. It gets changed, right? So I also do the professional development for our faculty, and I hire students to help us with those days. So during the break week, if you're looking for a little bit of extra cash, we will be posting on the job board. We also, volunteer opportunities will be posted on the job board. If you want to help out with convocation, you'll find out about it there. Lots of ways that you can get involved in jobs here on campus, paid or unpaid. By the way, you're going to hear about volunteer, the benefits of volunteerism. It is huge. You can put it on your resume. volunteer, because it's experience here in Canada, and that's what the employers are looking for. So just know that I know you, even though you're not getting paid, it's fantastic experience for you. This is coincidental that I have a volunteers needed up there. There's a calendar also in Moodle. Your instructors should be putting your assignments in there so that you are aware of things that are happening that week. You can use this part over here to sort so that you can get rid of all the social stuff, or you can just look at all the social stuff. This is how you download the app. I encourage you to take a picture of that. That's probably the best way for you to stay on top of I still have a minute or so. This is the best way for you to stay on top of dates. Download the app, and then you can be checking regularly if there's stuff happening on campus. All good? I can keep going. This is what Moodle looks like now, so it's similar. It's just changed a tiny bit. But this is new. This part over here, these are quick links to anything that's on this toilet paper section that I always refer to. So this is the administration page. You'll see this image on the home or the landing page for those of you who are in MMDT. The landing page always has this image that will tell you what's on that page. And then these are the quick links. And if you don't see anything across the top that we're talking about today, just note there's a more, so you'll get access to some other pages through there. Again, this is what it looks like. I like to show this page because it's mine. It's all the policy stuff that I mentioned, so go and check it out. That one there is the most important one, the student rights and responsibilities, but Mark will be telling you about that in his session. Oh, there's the missed test and missed classes one that I told you is on your course pages. And then lastly, this is where you're going to get access to everything academically, right? So access to tests. You're going to do your tests on campus, but the link to the tests is going to be in Moodle. You're also going to be using, Mark, do you cover, is he here? Yes. Do you cover the lockdown browser in your session? Okay. So before you write an exam, you'll see on your Moodle, your course Moodle page that you have to test the lockdown browser. So make sure you do that at least 5 days before your first exam. That's very important. But you're going to get course outlines. In fact, if you look at the courses that you're taking next week, all of your course outlines are already there. You know what you're going to be learning about next week for those classes that start next week. But the most important one here is the evaluation timetable. This will give you a list of all the tests and assignments in that course and their due dates. If it's not there, it should be there now. But if it's not there, and it's not there by the second week, then speak up. I keep using that word advocate. Advocate for yourself. You have the right to know when things are due. So just tell them, Shauna told you at orientation that evaluation timetable would be there, and they will post it. But that, as you can see, sometimes they'll put the dates in here, but you know, you'll figure out what day 6 is. You've got an assignment due on this date, and it's worth 20%. You don't want to miss that, right? Take the Uber that day if it's an in-class assignment. So like I said, just if it's not there, you got to speak up. You got to put your hand up. You have to advocate for yourself so that you have all those resources. That's it for me. I'm going to hand things over to the academic clubs now. And who's doing that? Who's doing that session? Oh, awesome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arham, and I'm here to represent the PM Guild Club. So this club is basically for aspiring project managers in PMIT, PMLT, and CPMT programs. So let me give you a basic overview of what we do and what our club is. So by the way, I'm the project leader of the PM Guild, so you're going to be interacting with me. So currently, we're looking for volunteers and members to hire in the PM Guild Club, and this is going to help you with, firstly, to network. That is one of the most important things that you need to do while you're here in Canada, and networking is important, and being in the PM Guild, it helps you interact with people with different sets of experience, so you can share knowledge. It goes both ways. You can share your knowledge, and you can learn new experiences from other people as well. So that is the first thing, and that is important in when you're going to apply for your co-ops and trying to get a job. So that is something that you need to look into. And secondly, it's going to help you give you skills, impart skills that are really important, such as time management, communication, and just general people skills that you would really need to become a successful project manager in whatever field you're doing. It might be PMIT, it might be PMLT or CPMT. And thirdly, it's going to help you in your CCR co-curricular records. So I would highly encourage every single one of you to come and speak with us and try to enroll. Now, if not as a volunteer, maybe as a member. So being a volunteer means you'll have to take part in the events. You'll have to present with us, and so it's gonna involve a lot of time and effort as well. But I can assure you that it's gonna pay off in the end, because the motto of our guild is a guild that gives back. So all the time and effort that you're giving will translate to many benefits that you can take that into your professional career. So I would highly encourage to become volunteers, but if not, you can just become members as well. You can come and attend our events as audience, and you can take value from that as well. So we'll be in the room upstairs in the break room. So thank you for all, and hope to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got like 5 minutes if anyone has any questions before the break. We do have a break next, and then we have a number of other sessions happening. Actually, just two after the break, one here and one next door. But any questions first? No questions? My session's pretty easy. Mark probably gets lots of questions. So at 10:30, so you have a break now until 10:30. At 10:30, you can either stay here for academic integrity and student success. So you'll be hearing from the academic integrity officer, Mark, and you'll be hearing from our tutoring center, and that's here in the atrium. And then if you'd rather go to student wellness and immigration support, you can make your way up to 218 and 220 over here. But both of those sessions will be running later today as well. So you can take your pick at this point. Thanks for joining this session, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Good morning, everybody. Can we just get everyone to get seated and just to be a little quiet because we're just going to have our next presentation. Okay, we'll just get everyone seated. So we're going to have academic integrity presenting next. So this is the wonderful Mark. So he'll just be doing his presentation. So just ask everyone to get seated. Just relax and enjoy the presentation.
Thank you very much. Microphone check. Hope you can hear me okay. I do like 3 of these presentations a day. I did like 4 yesterday, and now my voice is like gone. But I'm going to get through the whole presentation for sure. So, just I apologize for the sound of my voice today, because I assure you I sound very different on a regular Wednesday morning. Okay, so those of you that are here, we have a nice big packed crowd. Thank you very much for coming. Welcome to the college. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm the Academic Integrity Officer of the college. And, you may or may not meet me in the first semester that you're here. What I do, and I tell this to all my students when I meet with them if I ever have a meeting with you, my job is to review student submissions. I look at the stuff you hand in for grading, and then I make a decision on if it's okay to grade or not okay to grade. And if it is, there's something wrong with it, you meet with me, I talk with you, I'll bring the teacher of your class in, talk with the teacher, have a discussion with everyone, and then make a decision on, well, can we grade this or can we not grade it? That's what I do. A lot of people might be a little bit scared by that. I have stories where honestly I will go into the elevator, there are students in the elevator, and they're having a lively, fun conversation, and then I walk into the elevator, they know who I am, and then they're like, shh, 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 and then just silence until I leave. Until I get out. So I hope I'm not that terrifying. I'm gonna spend about a half an hour with you today. I also will do another session for Canadian culture in the afternoon, so you might see me twice today if my voice holds up for the entire day. But we're gonna talk about stuff today in this 30-minute session that I hope is very, very useful for you in your first semester at the college. Because honestly, in the nicest possible way, I say this to all my students, I hope I never see you again after today, because if I see you after today, maybe something happened that wasn't very good. So in the nicest possible way, you all seem very nice, but I assume that you don't want to meet me later in the term. Okay, so we're going to talk about how to avoid me in the future. That's what we're going to talk about today. That's our topic for discussion, how to avoid Mark, how to get rid of Mark. So we're in the quality assurance department. So Shauna Sheldon is maybe someone you saw this morning for the land acknowledgement and stuff. That's my boss. There's also another person in our department, Colin. You might see Colin if you have classes, and he comes into the classes to observe your teacher to see that your teacher is teaching correctly and well. I will do that sometimes, but I mostly spend my time with you all talking to students who may have submitted something not so good to their instructor. Okay, so those are the 3 of us. You might see us across campus. Feel free to say hi to me. I'm not scary. I hope I don't bite, and I won't look at you like you're criminals or something. So I assure you I'm nicer than you might think, okay? So what are we doing today? We're doing a lot of things on this board. We're talking about a lot of topics, and you'll see a lot of the topics on the page here. The things you should and shouldn't do when you're submitting work to your teacher. How to submit good work, how to submit honest work, how to use citations and references. We'll talk to you a little bit about that. How to use software. Some of the tools that we give you in the college will help you definitely make your work look better. But it can also, honestly, make your work for you, with you having to do little or nothing. So I'm just going to show you how to use some of these things. There's a cool new thing I found out very recently. I don't know if you know it. Have you heard of something called ChatGPT? Any fans of ChatGPT? Yeah? Oh, thank you. Oh, you're just scratching your eyes? Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm sure you all know about it. I'm going to talk about it. It's not illegal. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just you have to know how to use it. That's all. That's all. We're going to talk about how to use these things so that you're doing it in the correct way. Okay? So that's what all this stuff is saying. That's all it says. But we're going to talk about, first of all, what it is that academic integrity is. And I mean, in broad strokes, in broad painted brushes, we look at these 4 things: honesty, accountability, fairness, and trust. That means that if there are rules to be followed, we would love it if you follow those rules, but also it's not just you that follows the rules. I have rules that I have to follow. I am not going to be walking down the hallways of this campus. I see you, and then I pick you up and like, hey, are you cheating? I'm like, hey, and then let you go if you didn't do anything. I don't behave like that. I follow specific rules. I give you lots of things like notice. I give you plenty of notice, and I give, and your college faculty will as well, like the teachers as well, the staff on campus, like we all follow these rules. So do you. That's it. We all have the same, well, we all have different rules to follow, but we follow them. So what can you expect from us, and what can we expect from you? The long and short of it is, as long as you're transparent, and I'm transparent with you, you know how I work, I should also know how you work, vice versa, okay? So plenty of notice, things like this, your instructors, for example, they're going to tell you when things are due on the first day of class. You're going to know when everything needs to be submitted, what dates, what times, everything. You're going to know that on day one. So that when exam time comes and you're surprised that there was an exam today, no, you'll never have that kind of thing happen to you. You should know plenty of time beforehand. But also, we hope that there's communication between you and your instructor, you and the people on the campus, so that we know what's going on. If you don't tell anyone, then no one will know. If you don't ask, then you definitely won't know. So a lot of the problems that you might encounter at the college will be easily avoided with proper communication. Asking the questions when the time is available for you to ask. If you don't ask, you'll never know. Okay, so this is just, I'm kind of breezing through these things, but this is really what you should take from the stuff you see on the slide deck, okay? I'm more than happy to answer questions, but I know that questions are a bit harder in this kind of setting, but I'd be more than happy to ask, to answer anything that you might think about to ask today in this session, okay? All right, let's keep on going. So we're going to talk a bit about tests, first of all, because tests are things that, honestly, if you're going to meet with me for some reason, it might be related to a test or exam. And tests are fun because, who doesn't love a test? But you want to make sure that you do the test correctly according to the instructions. How to avoid me. What you should do during a test. Well, follow the rules and regulations of the examination. If you break a rule that your teacher tells you the rules beforehand, they let you know what to do. Bring a calculator, don't bring a calculator. Sit in the classroom, do it at home. They'll tell you these things for sure before the exam happens. If you follow every rule as it's told by your instructor, then you'll never really have a problem with me. There's something that I think Shauna may have mentioned earlier about the Respondus lockdown browser. It's the thing that we use to take all of our tests. So, for example, a rule that we have is that this lockdown browser is a tool that you install on your PC, and then you use it to take the test when it happens. So, if that for some reason has a glitch or it breaks on the day of the examination, that's a big problem. That happens all the time. Well, no, not all the time, but it happens sometimes. If it does happen to you, then there are rules that we follow to let you either, maybe take the test at a different day so that we can get it all fixed up, or not. And one thing that we ask is that there is a practice examination where you download it 5 days beforehand, you test it out, you make sure it's working, and if you do that, and then you still have a problem on the test day, we can actually have you retake the examination. That is a rule that we have. So if, however, you don't take the practice 5 days in advance, and it breaks on you, well then there's a rule that was broken there, right? Because you didn't actually do the practice beforehand. So, this is the kind of example of what to do. Follow the instructions, okay? So that's an example of that. But you want to do things like follow whether or not to use closed book or open book test rules. And if you're wondering what a closed book and open book test is, a closed book, if you haven't guessed, the books that you have are all closed. You cannot use them during the exam. And then if you need help with the other part, the open book, the books happen to be open. You can look at it at any time. Okay, I hope I didn't need to explain that, but I've had people come to me saying, I thought it was an open book. I was using my notes, yeah. I had all my notes in front of me. I didn't know I couldn't do that. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know I couldn't do that thing that I just did. I had my phone, yeah. I was checking Google, sure. What, I can't check Google on my phone during an examination? Sir? No one told me that. Well, come on. That's a little bit of common sense, right? So by default, they're closed book tests. If it's an open book test, how do you know for sure? Well, communication. Ask your teacher, is this open book or closed book? And then they might say, oh, it's open book. Use whatever you want. Well, I don't think they'll say that, but maybe. You might get lucky, right? So who knows? But that's the thing to keep in mind. Closed book, open book. You want to also be careful with memorizing content, okay? So if you're memorizing content, it is okay, but it doesn't really tell me how much you actually know. For example, I think maybe some of you studied like this. The night before the test, you have a textbook, you have paragraphs, and then you're going to memorize it. You're going to read it, know every paragraph, every sentence, every line, and then you've got that in your brain. Your brain has saved it. You've copied it into your brain. Then you go to the test day, and then you just paste it. Control C, Control V. You just throw it onto the page exactly the same way. Okay, but how much of that do you actually understand? If it comes out the exact same way as the textbook, how much do you know? How much did you just remember, right? So I'm going to say this a few times today, but what you should remember for any kind of examination or any kind of writing, honestly, is you want to show us what you understand from it. So you have to start from scratch and write your own thing based on what you read. There's a difference. Think of it like, and I always use this example, if you watch a movie. You watch a movie, and then someone asks you, what was the movie about? You know, I don't know, what's the movie? Avatar. Anyone watch, any fans of Avatar here? Avatar, oh, whoa, yeah, excited, yes, oh my God. Okay, so you watch Avatar, okay, great. And then your friend asks you, hey, what was Avatar about? You're not going to say, well, first it said 20th Century Pictures presents, directed by James Cameron, and then it changed to, you know, starring, so you're not going to do that. You're going to tell them what you remember from the, you're not going to memorize the movie and then repeat it to somebody else. You just remember what you understand, right? That's what we need in tests. That's what we need in exams. That is honest work, right? I mean, it is, sometimes it's hard to pick up on that part, but the more you show that you understand it, the better. If we can test you in conversation, if you can't talk about what you just read, or you can't talk about what you just wrote, this is a problem, right? It's a bit of an issue, okay? So these are just a few things to keep in mind. What else is here? Read the questions carefully, and the last one is you're all adults, I hope. Well, if not, congratulations if you're not, but you're all adults. You know when you need to use the bathroom. You know when you need to exit the room for whatever reason. Emergencies, okay. Your teachers are not going to stop you from leaving the room, but once you're done, or once you exit the room during an exam, your test is done, right? You have to make that decision. Can I hold it? Can I hold it for a few more questions, or do I have to leave right now? You know you can make that decision. But just remember, when you exit an exam room, that's it. And I might say this a few times as well, but it's the most important piece of information I will ever give you in this whole presentation about exams is, okay, so your tests are online. They're on your Moodle page. You click on that, you do the test on the Moodle page. You're probably going to bring your own laptops to class and do it on your laptop, or the PCs at school. Okay, you're taking the transit. Some of you may have seen Shauna talk about all the different transit options. TTC is great, you know, not that great, but it sometimes has some slight delays and is horrible, right? So you're stuck in a train, and you are not going to get here on time. Happens to the best of us. Some people are late. Happens all the time. So your options are, oh my gosh, I'm going to panic. I don't know what to do. I'm going to sit here on this train. I can't do my test. Or, wait a minute, the test is online. And TTC actually has Wi-Fi connection sometimes down in the tube, so I have an internet connection. So what I could do is I could just pop open my laptop, access Moodle from the subway, and do the test. And then when I get into the room, I haven't lost any time. I hop right in, continue the test, boom, open and shut. Well done, good job. Right. Okay? For no reason should you ever take an examination outside of the exam room. This is a rule that I cannot stress enough, because if you don't do this, then I might be out of a job. Because honestly, the amount of people I meet about people taking tests outside, it takes up so much of my day, okay? So you would save me a lot of trouble and yourself a lot of trouble if you do this. Just remember that if you miss a test, we have rules about that, okay? It's better for you to miss the test entirely than to take the test outside of the classroom, okay? Because what will happen, here's what your options are. You miss the test entirely, well, you go to your teacher and say, sir, I was stuck in the subway. Sir, I got into a car crash. I hope not, but I got into some sort of horrible thing, right? Okay, my cat died. Who knows? What happens? Like terrible things, right? Happens all the time. Then your teacher will say, okay, I understand. Okay, let's just do the test on Tuesday. Come back on Tuesday, we'll do the test again. That could happen. They might say no. They might say, no, you can't do the test, but there's rules around that as well. You can appeal that. But if you take the test outside, then you say, sir, I was late, I didn't make it, I was stuck in the subway, so I kind of started the test outside. I hope that's okay. They'll be like, well, it's not okay. And they're like, well, can I reschedule the test on Tuesday? They're like, no, I'm going to send you to Mark. Then you have to talk with me. And then now that's part of my day, and I got to meet with you, I got to chat with you, and then I got to tell you, well, unfortunately, we can't let you take this test again. Okay, and that's the worst thing. I don't like doing that, and honestly, if you just miss the test entirely, you'll skip me, you'll never meet me, and then you might get to do the test later on. So it's a better choice because we have a late and missed test assignments policy. Okay, so that's the best piece of advice you'll learn today. If you forget everything else I said to you today, remember that part. Okay, don't take the test outside. All right. Okay. So let's talk about assignments. The other thing, the stuff that you write down, the homework. You go home, you write some stuff, and you write an essay. You write a research report. What do you do in a research report? What keeps this from being sent to me for whatever reason? Well, read the instructions, first of all. You want to be transparent with your work. Transparency is most important than anything else. If we know where stuff is coming from, then there is rarely ever a problem. If we think the stuff didn't come from you and you haven't told anyone where it came from, well, that's going to be an issue. That's when it comes to me. Then I got to figure out, well, where did this come from? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? But if you don't have that problem, then you don't have the problem. You don't have me. You don't get to see me, which is good, I guess, right? But reading the instructions, very, very, very important. Citations are good too. So where is it? Sources, cite and use APA. Anybody know what APA is? APA? APA? Oh, we have a few fans of APA. Okay, good. All right. If the rest of you have no idea what APA is, no worries. It is natural for you not to know what that is. So we teach it to you. Two ways we teach it to you. One, we have the APA session that's going on Friday. So if you come back on Friday, we have Ian Fox, our communications coordinator, coming up here talking to everyone about the basics of APA. And if you see that and you still have more questions, well, good news. You might, I hope, maybe, maybe not, have a COM class in your schedule. COM 1013, COM 3013, COM, I don't know, 2013. I think probably not, but you might have a COM class. The COM class you have will teach you APA and citing and sources and originality and stuff, okay? So all these things are meant to protect yourself from accusations of academic dishonesty. So you always want to submit original work. If you don't submit original work, it's considered plagiarism. Anyone plagiarism? Fans of plagiarism here? Who loves plagiarism? No? Nobody's plagiarism? No, okay. Oh, good, we have a fan. Okay, good. Plagiarism. What is plagiarism? It is not just copy-paste. People think copy-pasting, taking stuff and copy-pasting is plagiarism. It's not what I consider plagiarism. It is what I said before. Is the work original? So, for example, if you're using research, which is copy-paste, honestly, you're researching on Google, we expect you in many cases to use Google because it's an important tool. So if you get something from Google, that's fine. That's not plagiarism. It's plagiarism when you don't tell anyone it came from Google. There's a big difference. So if you tell us where it came from, that's original as well. If you cite it with APA, tell us where it was located, what website, who wrote it, when did they write it, all good. Okay? You're never going to have a problem with this. But you might still have a problem with this. So just a reminder, I believe it's going to come up in a sec, but you want to make sure that the stuff that you've written expresses who you are as a writer, and that is harder to do than you might realize. Because one common thing people might do is something like using Quillbot is a piece of software people might have, and you might know about. Quillbot, if you don't know about it, you can, I mean, it's not a secret, but people will tell you. It replaces words for you. It changes your sentences. It mixes them up, fixes them, making them look better. If you start with someone else's paragraph, and all you do is take out a word and put in a word, take out a word, put in a word, just replace words everywhere, that's not original work. You didn't write that yourself. You started with someone else's human body, and then you took the clothes and replaced them with different clothes. You put a hat on instead, a different hat. That's all it was. Okay? You got to start from scratch. Remember from what you know, that's how you begin to write. Read something, put it away, and then write something. If you're looking at something like a document, and then you plan to write about the exact same document, guaranteed, you're going to copy something by accident if you have it in front of you. So read it, put it away, and then write again. That's my advice to you as a group, okay? And the last one is pretty important, submitting early. The earlier you submit something, the better chances you have to fix it and resubmit it. A lot of your instructors will give you this opportunity where they will let you upload it. They'll upload it into something called Turnitin, and that will tell you what is the percentage of similarity if your stuff matches the internet somewhere. And if you find that, you can actually sometimes go back and change it and then upload it again, go back and change it, upload it again. But you can't do this if you only uploaded it at midnight and you upload it at 11:59. Like the deadline is only like 2 or 3 minutes away. You can't do that yourself. The earlier you submit a file, the more likely you'll be able to do this. So early submissions are great for you in this case, all right? Okay, so 3 things about APA, about learning about originality and yada, yada, yada. First, that APA workshop on Friday. Come back on Friday, you're going to see a great show. He's great. He's honestly awesome. Ian is his name. Watch the APA workshop. I did one back in COVID. I recorded myself and talked about APA and all the things that's great about APA. I put that on the academic integrity page on Moodle. That's available for you to watch anytime if you love my voice. You'll hear my voice normal compared to what I'm talking like now because my voice is gone. Or Tutoring Center. You're going to hear from them after me today. And they offer one-on-one support on APA. So you've learned all the APA stuff. You came to the session on Friday. You've seen Com 3013's class. You've seen all the APA stuff there, and you still don't get it. Well, that's okay. One-on-one sessions are going to be helpful for that. Okay, so we want to make sure you understand it, and we're going to give you a free documentation guide on how to use APA as well. So use it like a dictionary. Anytime you have questions, go to that guide, and I'll talk about that a bit later. But let's move on to software. Cool things. This is, I'm going to give you examples of submitting work. We offer 3 tools. Well, we don't really offer all 3, but we have 3 tools that are pretty popular among students. First one we do offer to you, it's Grammarly. Grammarly Premium, as long as you're a student here, you've got Grammarly Premium. It's pretty great. Well, some people like it. I don't really like it, but anyways, Grammarly Premium is here. It will help you do a few things quite well. 1, check for grammar. That's one thing it could do. Spelling, punctuation, commas, periods, okay? It can also fix sentences you've written, rearrange them, break them down and make them new, okay? It can do that for you. There's a button that says fix this. It'll just fix it for you, right? There's also something like ChatGPT where you ask it a question, it'll make content for you. Those are like 3 big things it can do. You know what you should use it for? Not the last 2. It's just the first one. Just, honestly, grammar. Not making content for you, but just checking for grammar. We provide that for you so that you can use that, but be very careful with how you use it, okay? The next one is Turnitin, but I'll come to that later. I want to talk about ChatGPT because GPT is everyone's favorite awesome tool. I use it all the time. It's totally cool to use GPT. It can make work for you. You ask it a question. I need an essay with like 5 mistakes in it with APA. It's 4 pages, please, thanks, about chocolate. And it'll make you your essay. And you'll say, make it more meaningful. It'll make it more meaningful. It'll do whatever you want. Well, except for like juggle, but like, you know, mostly things it'll do. That's great. It's not wrong to use ChatGPT, but like I said, we have to know that you're using ChatGPT. If you tell your instructor you're using it, then there's really no problem. But here are 2 rules we have for ChatGPT. 1, permission. Every teacher is different. Every assignment is different. Each assignment where you want to use ChatGPT. Teacher, whatever your teacher's name is, Jonathan, can I use ChatGPT for assignment number 1? They'll say yes. Go ahead. You're like, oh, good. And then that's fine. Okay? And if they say no, and then you said, okay, good, and you use it anyways, then you meet me, right? Then we're going to hang out. We're going to have a chat. Okay? So this is the important rule. The second rule is you want to cite it. Just like anything else, referencing and citations, according to APA, that's how you use ChatGPT. Okay, so that's just what I want to let you know. It's not the devil. It's like totally okay to use, but within those 2 rules: permission and referencing. That's all you need. Okay. Okay. So all of your written assignments are going to go into Turnitin. Turnitin. Those of you that don't know Turnitin, it is not a software that you download on your PC. It is just a link that you're going to see on Moodle where you upload your file for grading, and then it's going to tell you compare your work to Google searches, compare your work to student submissions, and tell you the percentage that it matches with other people. Are your sentences the same or not? So I'm going to show you exactly what that looks like. Here is a comm class. I taught a comm class way back when, in probably 2021, and it's comm 1013. I have a link here. It says practice, turn it in, submission. This is what it looks like on your Moodle page. It'll say assignment 4, reflective journal 3. Okay, that's what it looks like. You click on that, and then you're going to be able to upload your file. You upload your file, it will look like this after it's done. So this person, which is Mark, uploaded a practice submission, and it has 100% on it. All right, yay, 100%. Okay, cool. I don't know if that's good or not. It's actually very, very bad, quite the opposite of good. 100% similarity, and it's red. So red is never really the good signal. It's not the good color for these things. So it's a problem, and here's the trick with turn it in. You might be able to see that number. Maybe you'll be able to see it. Your teacher controls the visibility. They might say, yeah, I want you to see this number, and then you can go take a look at it. They might hide it from you, but it's their choice to hide it or show it. You can request, can I see the similarity report? They might say yes, they might say no. I can't control that part. But if they show it to you, you can click on the number, and then when you click on the number, you can see your assignment. So here's a different one. Here's an example of a submission. You click on it, you see 25%. This is the red color. That's your similarity. And every piece of color that's highlighted is a different place on the internet or a different place in a submission where your sentence matches with someone else's sentence. The position of all the words is the same. So 25% in this case. 8, 3, 3, 2, right? Okay, that's fine. If you submitted early, you could potentially go back and fix these pages, these paragraphs. Clean it up, upload it again, and check if it disappears, if the number goes down. And if not, just keep doing it until you get it, right? So that's what you can see. This is kind of a zoom-in thing. Tells you the sources. Tells you where on the internet they all came from, right? So you might have this tool, and I hope you do, and I always tell teachers to give it to you whenever possible, but maybe, maybe not. Hopefully you get it, okay? But if not, request it. Ask a question. Can I see my similarity report, okay? But here's what your teacher sees, because it's a bit different. Notice the buttons on this side. These are the buttons that you can see. Okay, so here is your teacher's page. Here's what your teacher sees. Same, thing, 25%, but they have an extra button. AI, 100%. Okay, now just keep in mind, the submission had 25% similarity. The Google searches said 25% the same as Google. Okay, the next page I'm going to show you, it's going to be highlighting any part that is written by AI. It's going to be highlighted in blue. So tell me if you see any blue show up on this page. Anything in blue here. Do you see any blue? Maybe a little bit of blue. Just a little bit of blue. Okay, a little bit of it was written by ChatGPT. And it can identify that. Here's the trick. Your teacher can see this. You can never see this. It will never be available to students on the page. That's the problem. Only the teacher's account can see the AI detector. You can request it again. You can ask for it. But it will never be a switch they can turn on and off, show you or not show you. You have to just ask, request to see it. And then maybe they'll show it to you and maybe not. But if it looks like this, you're probably going to get an email from me as well asking to hang out, just to have a quick chat about this. Okay, that could happen. So AI, if you have the permission and you have the citations, it's probably going to be okay. But if you don't have those things and I see something like this, you're probably going to have a meeting with me, and we're going to have to figure out if we can grade it or not. So then I'm going to tell you a bit later. I wonder if I'm going to say that now. Are we going to talk about it now? Almost. I'm going to get there. I'm going to tell you how to avoid a meeting with me, right? So you've heard me talk for a while now, and you're like, oh my gosh, I got to get out of here. Okay, how do you avoid me? Here are things that you could do if you wish to be reported. If you want to meet me, do these things. Okay, I encourage you. But if you don't want to, then you just do the opposite. So for example, you want to make sure that you use good sources, as an example. So if you ask your friend, who's an accountant, for help in your accounting report, and they tell you, okay, well, the stock market's going to crash in 2 weeks. Okay, good. My friend said that the stock market's going to crash in 2 weeks. He's an accountant. He's really cool, okay? He has a good hairdo, okay? He has a lot of money. Not a good source, okay? Not a reputable source. That's just an example. Another thing is this, ChatGPT. If you're using ChatGPT and ChatGPT keeps a history of all the things you ask it, if you have that history and you come to a meeting with me and show me that history, then that's probably going to be okay. If you use it, I see the AI report says 100%, and I'm like, hey, what happened here? Okay, I used ChatGPT. Okay, can I see what you asked it? Oh, actually, it just deleted my history. I don't know what happened. Sir, it's all gone. I've erased all evidence of this happening. Oh, okay, that's a problem for you, not for me, because, I went to school already. But if you keep the history and you show me the GPT history that you asked it, that's very useful, very helpful. And the more evidence I have to support giving you a grade, I will be more than happy to give you a grade. More than happy to. Okay? So in many cases, I don't want to, a lot of rumors, actually, I'll tell you this. A lot of rumors pass around during the semester, and they're like, oh, I'm going to report you to Mark, and he's going to kick you out of the school. I mean, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I could, but I don't want to do that. But I don't want you to be afraid of these things. The more transparent you are in my meetings with you, I want to have a conversation with you. I want to talk about what happened, and I want to hear what occurred. If you tell me this thing, it's all I need. Okay? So keeping your history is very, very important. I encourage you all to keep your GPT history. Don't clear it for any reason. Okay? And also don't share your account because, that'll mix everything up. Okay? Another thing is sharing or borrowing academic work. Sir, I had my best friend, he was going through a recent breakup and he was feeling really, really bad. He didn't have time to write an essay in time for this submission. So he asked me last night if I could give him my essay just as a reference. And so I said, you know what, you're my friend and I love you. And so yes, absolutely, Mark, I gave him my essay. Only as a reference, though. Okay, well, your best friend took your reference essay, deleted your name, put his name, and then uploaded the file for himself for grading. Okay, so there are two people at fault here. The person who gave it and the person who took it. And both of you could receive no grade. So don't actually give them the work you've created. Talk about it. Discuss. Help is fine. But to actually show them the stuff that you made is the problem. Hide your work. Protect it. Don't let people see the stuff you've written down, because they will copy it. And even if they don't copy it, you don't know what they're going to do with it. It's out of your control when you give it up. Okay, so just be very careful with your work. Okay, all right, let's keep going. Making a good time. All right, group work. Groups are meant to help you, make your life easier, split the work, the burden of work across many people. As soon as one person does all the work for 5 people, that's a problem. That's a problem for the one person, and also the 4 people, and also the first person who is doing all the work because their arms are killing them because they're carrying the entire group on their backs, right? It's probably really painful. So we don't want that to happen. If it occurs where there's an imbalance of work between group members, tell your instructor. Okay, let them know that this is happening. But more importantly, think of it like this. You've divided the work, and one person submits, and then the AI report shows, 20 or 30% AI. And it's coming from one person's section in the assignment. You don't know if your group members are using AI or ChatGPT or not. They didn't tell anyone. So how do you protect yourself? How do you make sure when this happens, when you sent to me, and then you have to explain, but I didn't do anything, and I don't know how to check my group members' work for AI? Well, show me who did everything, and the best way to do that is to use something like Google Docs. Okay? The whole group uses one Google Doc to write their stuff, put commas, periods, whatever. Every edit, every change shows up in the one document. Everyone's working in the same place. I can see who did what. And if you can show me that, transparency during a meeting, if you can show me that document where I can see who did what piece, very, very helpful. And I'll be able to decide what to do in that case. So the more evidence you have to protect and show that you did work, I want to see that stuff. Because I just want to make sure that you're getting a grade based on the stuff you made. That's it. That's all I want to do. So Google Docs, I encourage you all to use Google Docs for group assignments. Good idea. Okay, and to keep the file. Don't change into new file every single time. Okay? All right. So a few things. I want to end today with 4 important documents for you. The course outline, that's 1. The evaluation timetable, that's 2. And then you've got the textbooks and learning resources that you have. And then the last one, which is the APA guide. The APA documentation guide is the dictionary that your teachers use to make sure that they are teaching you the right thing about APA. All the rules for APA are there, and we give it to you. So if you ask your teacher a question about APA, you know what they're going to do? They're going to go here and just check what it is and then come back and tell you. Well, you can cut them out and just read it. Just check it. Okay, so that's provided in all your comm classes for free. It should cost money, but it's not. It's totally free. And I encourage you all to download it and keep it forever, even after your courses are done, because it's very, very useful outside of this learning institution. But here's an example of a course outline. The first page tells you the course. Now, that's not very interesting, but if you're interested, you can totally take a look at that. You probably want it for the textbooks that you need, the required textbooks. If you scroll down, you'll find which textbooks you need to get for your course, which are required, which are optional. And then you've got the student evaluation, which tells you what are all the assignments for the class. What are the percentages for the assignments? All there. And if you want to know when those deadlines are for the assignments, you need the evaluation timetable, which looks like this. This should be on every single Moodle page on day 1 or 2. But if it's not, ask for it. You need to have this document. Get it from your teacher, okay? Tell them, Mark said, give you the evaluation timetable. And if not, well then, tell me, and then I'll figure that out for you. But they should provide this to you as soon as possible, okay? Make sure you have it. It tells you the deadline, okay, when it happens. It tells you the name of the assignment, and it also tells you what to study to make sure you're doing the assignment correctly. If it's a test, it tells you what chapters to cover for the test. So that's very useful information, right? Okay, good. So I hope you get that document. Now, the policies that I follow are available for you. I just want to point out a couple of them because the first one's very long. I don't expect you to sit there and read that. You could if you want, but it's like pages long, okay? Whenever I meet with a student, I give you a link here, and you could take a look when you need to. But it's super long. I don't expect you to read the whole thing. But, yeah, definitely read policies, okay? Read policies because it's like terms and conditions. And your iPhone, when you accept it or don't accept, right, you got to use the iPhone, right? We all read those, right? Of course, yeah. But anyways, the test and exam one is pretty short. Grade appeals is a little bit long. But the last one is the most important one for you on a daily basis, the missed tests and missed assignments. Because that is on every single Moodle page on the top. It is super short because we want you to read it. If you miss a class, you miss a test, it's like a paragraph long. Then you know what to do. Okay? Talk to your teacher, explain what happened, provide documentation if necessary, and then reschedule your test. Okay? That's what it will tell you. So please read the missed tests, missed classes, because you need this one to make sure that you're not going to have trouble later on. Okay? All right. So you're looking for them. Where are they? They're on. Some of them are on your Moodle page, but if not, you can also find them here. Just go to More, then go to Administration, then go to Policies and Procedures. Everything is there for you. Grade appeal. If you disagree with your grade, you think it's not fair for X, Y, and Z reasons, you can definitely appeal that. And there are rules to follow. Have a discussion with your instructor. Explain why you deserve a different grade. Don't just ask for 5 extra marks. Just tell them why it was misgraded or whatever, and then you might be able to change that grade. But there are policies. So we follow rules, and we want you to make sure that you have rights, you know your rights, and that you don't let people exploit you for any reason, okay? So all that being said, some advice, don't share your logins with anybody, because if you have someone else logging into your account during a thing like a test or an exam, we can see this, and we can't grade your exam, even if you're sitting in the room. If someone else logs in and starts checking PowerPoints on your account for some reason, this is a huge problem. So don't share your account with anybody, okay? No reason, not even your mom or dad, because they want to check your grades. They can't even check your grades with Moodle, so don't give that to them, okay? You also want to make sure that you keep everything confidential. We don't tell people your grades. You don't have to tell anyone your grades. It's your business. You can tell them you got aces on everything, A+ everywhere. They're not going to know. You can say whatever you like, right? Don't have to say anything to anyone about your grades, because I know I won't, okay? Make sure that you understand the percentages of your grades so you can balance work. Don't share private information online. That's just good advice. And then, this almost last one, like I said, never, ever, 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 ever take the test outside of the room, okay? I can't stress this enough. This is the most important thing. Miss the test. It's a better choice to miss the test completely or be late for the test. But don't take the test outside, because then I can't help you. And I'd like to, but I can't, okay? So with all that being said, my voice survived the entire presentation. I'm glad. I'm lucky. Okay, haha. Okay, if you have more questions for me, reach out anytime, okay? Now, you can reach me with mark.gonzalez@cestarcollege.com, but if you forget that or you don't know how to spell my name, academic integrity at cestarcollege.com. You need that APA guide, I can send it to you. If you don't get it, if you want it right now, I can email that to you too. So any questions at all about this stuff, I'm more than happy to answer. I'm going to just wrap up now, but I just want to say to everyone, thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate your time, and welcome to the college. And if you see me in an elevator, don't get scared. I'm not going to do anything, okay? So just say hi, and that's totally fine, okay? So I'm going to pass it over to Tutoring Center. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. I might see you in Canadian culture later, but otherwise, all the best in your studies, okay? Okay, bye, everyone. And Tutoring Center, right? Okay.
Thank you, Mark, so much. Great presentation. So now we'll just have the Tutoring Center come up and just present to you.
Thank you, Carolyn. All right. Let me see if this is working. Okay, perfect. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. It's okay. It's really nice to see all of you here. And we are excited, every single semester. It is so nice to see brand new people come in with a lot of hopes and dreams. Okay, and this is really beautiful to see a full house, listening very carefully to what we have to say. Okay, thank you for being here. So we have the Academic Success Support Program, right? It is not just one thing, a one-time thing. This is going to be with you guys throughout the year, okay? Throughout the year, as in throughout your course, okay? You're going to be meeting us very often for a lot variety of things, okay? First of all, I would like to thank all of you guys here, mainly for giving us the opportunity to help you guys, right? To give you the guidance and the resources that you need to get through your course, okay? I'm not going to read that. You guys can read that later. Okay, but essentially what we would like to do here is help you, right? Because for some of you guys, it might be a brand new course. It might not be your background. It might be something very new. For some of you, it might be a master's program, right? So you might know it. But there are a lot of things, especially when you're here in a new country, and the education system is a lot different. You might be struggling with a few things, and we are here to help you guys with that. And that's what the Academic Success Support Program is. And as soon as you came here, you guys, I would really like to take this moment to appreciate every single one of you, because the decision you made to come to a new country, to start a new life, that takes courage, right? That's bravery. And we would like to be there throughout the journey with you guys. And for that bravery, I would really like all of you guys to give a big round of applause to you guys yourself, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm really happy that all of you guys are here today. You've made it, and we'll go from here, okay? So we have all these services, so many things. Don't be overwhelmed. We'll go through it very shortly, one by one, okay? Academic clubs. So we have a lot of clubs with us, and a lot of it may be relevant to you. The best thing is that you can join any of these clubs, right? But there are clubs that will be directly relevant to your program. For example, if you are in a business program, you have the Business Caucus Club. We do have FPWT here today, right? Financial Wealth Planning, right? You guys can join the BCC Club, okay? And then we have the PM Guild, Project Management. We do have project management programs here today, right? Construction project management, right? Yeah, wonderful. You guys can join the PM Guild. Right? They have a plethora of events throughout the year. Every single club here, we have so many events that go on throughout the year. The point is not just coming in and joining an event, right? These events, it will help you meet so many new people, right? It's not just people from our college, because the people who come for an event are from the industry, right? They are going to be industry experts. They're going to be people running businesses. Okay? They could be your potential next employer, right? So these are something that you really need to get into to really enhance your college life here. Okay, because just coming here and studying, and when you go out, if you have a clean slate, that is not the goal that you're here for, right? We want you guys to step out of this college and have everything ready for yourself. Okay, and that is what these 2 years are going to be for you to make everything ready, so that when you get out of here, you're 100% ready, you know what you're doing, right? So we have the PM Guild, SCMT Guild is for supply chain, Brazil Canada Club, this is going to be brand new. Keep an eye out on Moodle, you'll see a lot more about this. Toastmasters Club, do you guys know about Toastmasters Club? Did I hear a yes somewhere by some chance? Okay. So Toastmasters is a worldwide organization, and they really focus on public speaking, right? So if I ask one of you guys to come here and speak, you'd be scared, right? To be honest, I'm scared too, right? But it's okay, that is natural, right? You come here, pick up a mic, and you have hundreds of people looking at you, listening to what you're saying. You're careful, you're conscious, right? And that's what Toastmasters is for, because when you get out of here, it really equips you to have the ability to speak to anybody like nobody is listening, okay? So keep an eye out on Moodle for that also. Once you're done with all this, you'll be going to the club's room, right? So you can take a look around. We have volunteers explaining every single clubs to you guys, okay? So you can talk to them and learn more about this. They are also students like you guys, but seniors, right? So they'll help you with that, okay? ASQ student chapter, it's for FSQT students as well, not just for quality students. And other programs as well. ASQ is a certifying organization. There's American Society for Quality. But they do have certifications that will hold up in your career, right? It would really enhance your career. So give it a shot as well. Okay. Associations we work with. So we have all these associations here. Okay, we have a list of associations. These are people we are in close contact with, right? And these are the people that come here, conduct events, like I said, to network, right? To explore possibilities for you guys. And it is not just inside the college that we have the connections with them. It is outside as well. So as long as you step here inside Lambton, you're part of Lambton, right? You're also part of these connections as well. So at any point in time beyond this, you will have access to all these associations. Okay, for example, Ladlian is for women. They support women in various things here. Okay, we have wonderful stories of people here seeking help, right, from Ladlian, and so many of these associations as well, right? We have the BCCC, and we have Habitat for Humanity. We have the Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce, right? We have all these people who have helped so many students here in distress, right? And the only thing we expect from you guys is to not be shy. Open up, come to us so that we can help you, right? We can find possibilities of how to help you guys, okay? How many of you are on LinkedIn? Okay, in the next 1 month, I want to see every one of your hands up if I ask how many of you are on LinkedIn, okay? Because LinkedIn is very important here, okay? Make connections right from day one. You meet somebody, potential employer or not, if they are an industry expert or not, add them on LinkedIn, right? Keep them on your LinkedIn because they might know somebody that would be useful to you, okay? So make connections, and LinkedIn learning, that is what we are going to talk about right now. We have over 21,000 courses, right? Absolutely free for all of you guys. If you go and check online, outside Lambton, it's going to cost you $50 a month, $50 every month. But for the next 2 years, it's going to be absolutely free of cost for you guys. And I want all of you guys to make the complete use of this, okay? It is not just you going and learning something, okay? It has direct effects on you applying for a job. Because when you finish a course, you're going to get a certificate that is going to append to your LinkedIn profile for life, right? So this is not a separate LinkedIn account. You can add the subscription from your My Lambton to your personal LinkedIn, okay? So whatever courses that you do, it's going to append to your personal LinkedIn profile. So when you're applying, they can see all the certifications that you have done. And we have 21,000 to choose from. So if you guys even want to learn something that is not part of your program, something that is a skill that you'd really like to learn but never had the time, this is a great opportunity for you guys. And also keep an eye out on Moodle for LinkedIn Campus Ambassador, okay? This is a first-time opportunity coming to our college. It's going to be great because you will get to have connections with the people at LinkedIn themselves, right? And whatever I'm doing right now, talking to you guys about LinkedIn, right? You can do that. So you can talk to people about LinkedIn. You can talk to students about LinkedIn and goodies and stuff, you know? It's going to be fun. And we do have some proud awards for LinkedIn. We have the Academia Award, and we also have the Learning Champion Award. So the reason why we have these awards is because we have the most number of staff and students enrolled and actively using LinkedIn Learning, okay? And you guys will be contributing to this, not for our benefit, but for yours, right? And mentorship program. So the main focus of the mentorship program is a platform called 10,000 Coffees. Okay, so what it does is, it's a very light platform. Okay, you can connect with your alumni, okay, people who have been here and currently in the industry. Right? The benefit would be that maybe they did the same course that you did back home. Maybe they did your same bachelor's, and they did your same course that you did here. And they are working in a company that you're really interested in, or they are part of an organization that you want to work at, right? So how do you get there? Or you might have millions of questions, right? What certifications did you do? How did you apply for this job? Or what do I do next? I've completed FPWT, what do I do now? Right? You have questions that you can find answers for, right? And you can talk to people there. It's a whoever is on there, they know that they are here for that reason, to mentor other people, right? To give and take. So when you guys are alumni, you're going to help somebody who just joined college, who's new to Canada, right? And you're going to tell them, oh, this is what I did, and if you do this, it's going to benefit you. So you can gain help there. But apart from 10,000 coffees, if you still think that you need help from us, not us personally, from Lambton, we can still provide you with resources. So you can anytime email mentoring@sistercollege.com, and we'll find the resources to get you help. Workshop and speaker series. So apart from the clubs and the events that they conduct, we also have internal speaker series and workshops. So like what Mark said, APA, right? It's very important, because you're going to have so many assignments. Okay, I'm not trying to scare you with so many assignments, but yeah, it's natural to have a lot of assignments, and you need to follow a strict pattern, right? You might have done your reports in a different way, but once you get here, it's all standardized. It's all needs to be in APA, right? And it's not necessary that you know about it or you are even really well versed with it, right? So we have a lot of workshops, not just for APA, for resume, cover letter writing, trends in AI, how to use new AI programs, right? All that will really help you guys. So keyword, Moodle. Always check Moodle. Moodle is your best friend now, okay? Keep checking Moodle. I know it's not as fun, but keep checking it so that you know what's going around, right? It might be something important that you'd really, really be interested in, something that would help you down the line. Career and development tools. So we have two main tools that's really going to help you guys, VMock and Want, okay? VMock is an AI tool, right? It's going to help you make new resumes and cover letters. You guys all use ChatGPT, right? Yeah? No? ChatGPT? Okay. So this is going to be something similar, okay? Not as in it's not going to answer your questions, but you can input things like what job you want your resume to be focused toward, right? And it's going to create keywords for you to include in your resume. Okay, this is going to really help you guys with building resumes for the job you are applying for, right? Because if right here, if you apply for 10 jobs with the same resume, it's going to probably not consider your application because it's all electronically processed, right? The machine is going to think, okay, this is the same thing, it's going to throw it away. And the worst issue with that is that if it is a system that's been used by multiple companies and you're already flagged as no for one job application, your application is going to be flagged for the 10 others that you apply for as well. Okay, so alter your resume, make changes, make valuable changes according to the job you're applying for. Okay, so VMOC is going to help you with that. And Devont is for job searches, something similar, but it is AI as well. What you're going to do is you're going to specify what kind of jobs you want, and it's going to give you tailored results. Okay, and they also have expos, job expos. You can attend all that absolutely for free. Okay, and all the resources that I just spoke about, everything you can access using your My Lambton email address. Okay, and that's it about clubs and everything that I spoke about. To talk about the rest of the tutoring side of things, I'd like to call Sakshi, the tutoring center coordinator. Okay, thank you guys.
Hello everyone, how are you all today? Only good? No spirit? How are you all today? Good? Okay. So my name is Sakshi and I'm Tutoring Center Operations Coordinator. I won't take your much time. I will take like 3 to 4 minutes of you guys. I know you guys are tired. So first of all, welcome to the Lambton College. Welcome to Canada. I'm very much excited to have you in our college. So let's start. There is one program that I want to introduce among you guys. I'm taking care of the peer tutoring program, explanatory program, peer tutoring. If you guys need any help in your academics, or you guys feel like you guys are stuck in the PowerPoint slides, or you guys are like a thing is not clear to you, or you feel like you got an assignment by your instructor and you don't know what to do in it, you can book as many sessions with the peer tutors that's going to be your seniors in the same program. For example, if you're in BMHT or FSQT, you can book the same tutors for your program, or you can have a better understanding from them by booking sessions with them. That is completely free of cost for you guys. That is all. And you can go for one-on-one tutoring, group tutoring. For example, if you guys have a problem in one assignment assigned to a group of you, 4 of you or 5 of you, again, you can go back and book the group tutoring. That's again in person and online. Again, it's free of cost for you guys. And workshops. Workshops that Pranav had already mentioned to you guys, but this is a one workshop I want to suggest to you guys. There's going to be APA workshop. Eventually, all of the workshops are very important for you guys, but APA workshops that we will conduct soon in the 3rd or 4th week of this month. And APA workshops will, this workshop will give you brief understanding of how to submit the assignment and how you can save yourself from being plagiarized. So how to save yourself from plagiarism? You can attend this workshop. You have to attend this workshop because there will be a brief understanding of how to submit the assignment on and how you can use the proper format of APA citations and APA format by putting the references from whom the data you are using. Pretty clear? Okay. And yes, that's my favorite. How to become a tutor. If you guys think like you have excellent academic skills, excellent communication skills, you guys can become a tutor once you complete your first semester. All you need is like maintain GPA of 3. It's cumulative GPA, overall GPA 3 in your first semester, and then you can apply for the position. You can become a tutor, and you can be a part of the tutoring center, LCIT tutoring center, from second semester onwards until you are Lambton College alumni. So you can also help your peers. I want you to take a screenshot or like picture of this tutoring center at sastracollege.com. If you guys need any help, you can reach out to me through this email. Or you can also keep an eye on the Moodle job board. As Pranav said, Moodle is your best friend from now on. Everybody is using Instagram, right? Okay, so I will recommend you go follow right now Lambton College in Toronto for all the queries or for all the updates, webinars, workshops that's gonna happen around the campus. So you guys don't miss any. Same with the Moodle job board as well. And again, Moodle is your best friend, I'm telling you guys. Take Moodle as your academic Instagram. So don't just use the Moodle for your class schedule or to submit the assignment or to just study. There are all other activities where you can take part in, which are co-curricular record certificate approved, CCR approved. What is CCR? My colleague Silo will explain to you guys. Keep an eye on the Moodle, that's all. I will come back to this slide again. WLC, amazing program. If you guys need any help with the English, writing, speaking, or reading, you can go book sessions with our English instructors, back to back, again 30 and 60-minute sessions. You can book with our instructors and throughout your course, throughout your program. I can see some people are taking pictures. So this is gonna be really helpful for you guys. And if you feel like you need to polish your English skills, or you feel like you are really amazing in speaking English, but you are lacking in confidence while giving presentations in the class, you guys can join this program. You can book a sessions. How to book a session? I'll tell you. You guys have your Moodle credentials, right? Yes? Okay. Log into the Moodle, and then you guys can go here on more. There will be a tutoring center name as a tutoring center. Go on, click there. This page will open. Here is a link that how to book a session, okay? And then we will move forward to this page, book now. And then you can see all the WLC, AHCT, PMLT, and the list is so long, okay? And then here you can see the availability of all the tutors. And that's it. That's all you have to do. Pretty simple. That's it, my part. So you guys have any question, reach out to me via email. That's it. Okay, now early interventions, I will help you with that. Thanks, Sahil.
Thank you, Sakshi. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Okay, now there's the energy. You guys are feeling sleepy, right? So many presentations on the first day. Okay, so I'll not bore you much. Okay, so let's start with my presentation. So my name is Sahil Vadva. I'm Student Success Counselor in the Tutoring Center. And I take care of early intervention and acuplacer test. So what is early intervention? We saw that a lot of students needed help with their academics. They were not attending classes, they were failing the program, a lot of failure rates, especially in the undergrad programs that we have. So we started this early intervention program. We started reaching out to the students from the very first month, informing them if they have low attendance and low performance. So these early intervention process we follow every month. We send out those emails to students who are performing low, which kind of tells them that your performance is low, your attendance is low, and you need to be cautious. You need to boost up your GPA. You need to attend the classes if you're missing. And it kind of reminds them, okay, they are in a risk and they have to be more attentive. So through this, we have been able to significantly reduce the failure rates, because we don't just inform them, we also give them the proper resources, we give them the proper support that they need. So they can book a tutoring session after, if they know that they are not performing well, they can book a tutoring session, for example.
or they can reach out to us with any queries they have and let us know what's their concern and we can help them. We can also create academic plan for them, academic journey, like how they are gonna, how they can pass in the course if they are not able to. So we help them with that throughout their semester. Next, acupressure. So this is only for the undergraduate programs. We take their English and mathematics test because we saw a lot of students need assistance with that. So we take the test, and when we see a students are failing the test, they need some help. We give them mandatory 4 weeks of tutoring, and then we take the test again. So if they pass the test, they get the 10% in their English and mathematics course. That's another assistance we provide to the undergrad students. And we care. So all of you guys are coming from a different country, and you might have a lot of questions regarding how things work in this country, in our college. Many questions, right? For example, some of you might not know that we have student discount for Presto card like bus pass. So how to get that? You can ask the question in a VCare group. So VCare group is a MS Teams group, just like you had your WhatsApp group, right? During orientation, you were asking questions if you had any for orientation, like how do I submit this thing or that thing, or any questions. You all were in the WhatsApp group, right? Yeah, so that we are gonna close the WhatsApp group soon, and you're gonna be transferred to the VCare group where you can ask all those questions. So it could be anything regarding your academic journey here in the college, for example, how to submit my assignment, or where is this classroom, where is the canteen basically, for example. Or where I can go where I can find a job, for example, in Canada, anything outside college. All those questions, we have volunteers in the VK group. For each particular program, we have different VK group, for example, BMST, FSIT, FSQT. So you will be assigned in your particular program. I suggest all of you to download MS Teams and log in with your My Lambton credentials, your Outlook, which you have, student email. And you'll see that you are already in a group, VK group, and you can ask all those questions there. Next, CCR. This is a really important thing for all of you guys because you guys do not have a Canadian experience as of now. So you will definitely need it when you're looking for jobs because employers here are looking for Canadian experience. You might have background in your field, like you might have experience in your field, in your jobs, but some employers do not consider that. They need the Canadian experience. How you can gain that? Through volunteering. We have a lot of opportunities in the college for volunteering, as my colleagues already mentioned. We have academic clubs. You can become a tutor. You can become a VK partner. A lot of things you will see on Moodle. Keep an eye on Moodle for all those opportunities. So you will get a certificate which is CCR for all those activities which are CCR approved. It will be mentioned that this activity is CCR approved. And once you do that activity, you will get this certificate. This is valid across Canada. So you can use it for your professional career. You can post it on your LinkedIn that you have this certificate. You can show your employers. And it will have all your details such as your name, student ID, authenticity code, and all the experience that you have so far, volunteer experience that you gain here. So use all those opportunities in the college, volunteer opportunities, take a part in them, gain some experience so that you can build up your Canadian experience and professional life. Okay? And that's pretty much all from my side. And you can scan the QR code to know more about us. I would suggest all of you to take a picture. You can contact us through our email, through our phone number, and our office is located right above. You go up the stairs, on the right, there's the tutoring center, so you can always reach out to us as well. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much, guys. Welcome to Canada, welcome to Lambton College. Thank you so much. Also, one more thing, if you want to book a session, you can also use the same QR code. So there's a book a session link over there. Yeah.
Thank you, Tutoring Center. Okay, so just before we go on our break, we're just going to have our lovely director, Michael Varakis, come up here and just say a few words for you. So I'll have him join us. Give a round of applause for the director.
Thanks, Caroline. Hi, everyone. How you doing? Happy New Year. So my name is Michael Varakis. I'm your director. And as you can see from my colleagues, I'm really, really proud of them. They're doing an awesome job. And what they say is actually true. We're here to support our students, each and every one of you. And this has been a real success story here at Lambton College in Toronto. It's a public-private partnership. So you'll hear Lambton College and Sastar College. Sastar is the private partner. Lambton is the college 4 hours from here in Sarnia, and they honor the service that we do, but they provide the credential. They deal with the agents. They provide you the letter of acceptance. They collect the money. They give us some so we can run this place. We do everything else. So we started in the summer of 2011 with 30 students in one program. Now we have 6,600 students from 35 different countries. And since the summer of 2011, over 24,000 graduates. So this is a real success story. And what I invite you to do, who's got LinkedIn? Who's got LinkedIn? Okay. I want everyone to get LinkedIn. It's the most important networking tool that's out there. We are a LinkedIn learning institution, the top in North America. But if you have LinkedIn, I want you to invite me as your director. And if I see you're a Lambton College in Toronto student, I will accept you. You're going to see over 12,000 graduates, students, employers, educators, instructors that are on my site. And I want you to ask them, how is this place? How is Canada? How is getting a job here? Very important to network. That's one of the greatest networking tools that you can do. And one of the greatest networking activities, because you're all smart. We know that already. I've seen your profiles. I've seen the profiles of our students. Our students are coming to an institution where this place has the highest visa approval rate of any Ontario college. Okay? So if you write down Lambton College in Toronto, the chances of your visa approval are very high because of the success that we've had here. Now, what are you looking to do when you come here? You're looking for three things. You're looking to get a 2-year credential, which gives you a 3-year postgraduate work permit. Secondly, you're looking to get a job related to your program of studies. Third of all, you're looking for your PR. Who's on that program? Only one guy? Who's on that program? 14 people? That's it? Who's on that program? Who wants these three things? Everybody, okay? So we know that, right? So we're here to assist you and help you in any way possible, okay? So as you've seen with all of these different sessions that are going on, it's overwhelming. I see students out here, they're tired, they're sleeping, they're closing their eyes. It's a lot to take in. But I want you to know something, that each and every one of us is here to help you on your journey. You've done the heavy lifting. You're coming from 10 or 12,000 kilometers away to this cold country we call Canada. And we want you here because Canada is looking to get 100 million people by the end of the century. The only way we can do that is through immigration, okay? There are 900,000 international students in Canada this year, all right? We're bringing smart people here. When my parents came from Greece 60 years ago, no education, no dinero, no connections, no nothing. And they made it happen because Canada is a country that was built by immigrants, that is built by immigrants, okay? So we value you being here, we value diversity, and we're here to assist you in any way possible to make a difference. Now, you've got to do some work yourself. You've got to do the homework. You got to attend classes. We can't write your tests. You have to do it for yourselves. But we can assist you with so many things, and there are so many resources that are available here to help you both inside and outside the college. Now, I mentioned to you 900,000 students in Canada. You think the Canadian government wants students to come here and go back home? They're doing everything possible to provide the resources and assistance to you. All you have to do is ask, so we can provide you as much help as we can. Now, how do we network? As I mentioned to you, you got to get LinkedIn, okay? What's another way to do it? What's another way to network with people? Download an app called Eventbrite. Have you heard of Eventbrite? Eventbrite. If you love playing the violin or dancing or cooking and you want to meet people, by meeting people, you can express what you're trying to do in Canada, and maybe they can offer you an opportunity just by a common theme of loving a certain hobby and what you do. So Eventbrite lists all the different things that are going on in this city, and I encourage you to do that. Also, what I encourage you to do is do networking the old-fashioned way. Spend at least an hour a month. Talk to 60 people for 1 minute each. 60 people that you meet here in Canada. You're going to meet a lot of people. You're going to rent from these people. You're going to meet them on TTC. You're going to meet them in Tim Hortons. Oh, yeah, I know this person. Do you know their name? You know how to contact them? No, you don't. You just say, oh, yeah, I know this guy. He's got green eyes, okay, and black hair. But you don't know the name, and you don't know the contact information. You need to get that down, make a list of 60 people that you've met in Canada, and connect with people. What do you talk about? Listen, you say to them, I'm from Greece. You're from Canada. I'm going to teach you about Greece. You teach me about Canada. So insert your country. Talk to people. Open it up. No one will ever buy anything from you if they don't like you. So they're going to see you, they like you, and Canadians are giving people and they want to help, but you have to reach out to them. That's my speech on networking, and I see it done each and every day, and these are the most successful students. Now, I have a question for you. Where are you from? Where are students from? India. Okay, I want to know where in India. Where in India? Santa, thanks for your help. Where in India? Where? I haven't heard of this place. What is it? Say it again. Oh, where in India? Where? Down south? But you got to say it slowly, so because I've never heard that before. Say it again. Tamil Nadu? How do you spell it? Santa, please. How do you spell it? Timl Tamil Nau Tu Tamil Nadu. First time I've heard it. Welcome. Where else are students from in India? Haryana, I've heard of that for sure. Where else? Gujarat, I've heard that. Where else? Delhi, of course. Welcome. Where else? Where? We're going to get to Turkey. Let me do India first, and we're going to get to Turkey. Okay. Where else? Punjab, of course. Where else in India? Mumbai, yes. Where else? West Bengal? First time I've heard of West Bengal, but the first time I've heard for students from there. Welcome. Where else in India? Kerala, of course. Kerala is more beautiful. It's not just about the floods they had a few semesters ago, right? It's a beautiful, beautiful area. So one of our students came here and showed me all the different pictures of Kerala and how beautiful it is. So welcome. Where else? Delhi? Say it again. Chandigarh, okay. the capital of Punjab. Welcome. Okay, do we have India covered? Okay. Now, we have students here from Turkey. Welcome. Beautiful. Where else? Nepal. We have a lot of students from Nepal right now. Welcome. Okay. My nephew was there a few months ago. No, years right now. Loved it. Didn't want to come back. So he said it was fantastic. Okay, where else? Colombia. Oh, I love your country. Feliz Año Nuevo. I've been to Cartagena. I've been to Medellin, Bogota. And one of our Colombian students came the other day and said, I want to show you a place called Santa Ana. Santa Marta? Okay, beautiful. It was very nice. So anyways, welcome to our Colombian students. Where else? Peru. Buenos dias. Beautiful country. I didn't hear Philippines yet. Anyone here from Philippines? Fantastic. Okay, we have a lot of students from the Philippines. Where else? Mexico. Ah, mi esposa es jarocha from Veracruz. So my wife's Mexican, so, and I've been all over Mexico. It's a beautiful, beautiful country and beautiful people. Welcome to our Mexican students. Where else? Where else? Where else? Africa. Where in Africa? Nigeria. We have a lot of Nigerian students. We used to have a lot more before. Now they're starting to come back again. So anyways, welcome. Beautiful. Where else? Jamaica. Welcome. Welcome. We have Jamaican students. We've had for many, many years. Welcome from Jamaica. Where else? Any country we've missed? We have students, folks from 35 different countries, okay, that are currently with us. And when we look back at the records, we've reached 106 different countries that students have come here over the last 13 years. So anyways, welcome to each and every one of you. Please, if there's anything that we can do, there's 260 of us, instructors, staff, and administrators. Please reach out to us. We're here to help you. You've made the right choice. If there's anything we can do, reach out. Have a great day. Take care. Thank you, Caroline, for running a great orientation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, are you guys ready for a break? I think so, right? Okay, amazing. So we're going to take a break. We went a little bit over time, okay? So we're going to ask if you're coming back to the atrium just to be back at 12:25, okay? So good news is we have lots of delicious snacks for you. The only thing is where everyone's sitting there right now, you guys are just going to walk up, okay? And you're going to make a left. It's just to the corner there, okay? So just everyone just please make sure, watch your step when you're going up the stairs, okay? There's water, some chips, and chocolate bars there for you to give you a nice sugar rush. But come back at 12:25, okay? Just watch your step, and the ambassadors will help you, okay? Thank you.
Hi everyone. So we'll be starting our student services presentation shortly. However, we do have another presentation on Canadian culture and transportation up in this classroom. So you just go up the stairs, turn right, go all the way down, and you see the entrance to that room. So if you guys, again, remember, this presentation will be available online to stream. So if you'd like to take advantage of that presentation in person, please start to make your way to that classroom, okay? Again, Canadian culture and transportation presentation is happening upstairs. And this lecture will be available online, so you can always watch it later.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Did you guys have a good break? Yes? Fantastic. So I'm going to have Tenny from Student Services. I'm from Student Services as well, but Tenny will be presenting our department to you. So enjoy the presentation. And just give a round of applause for Tenny.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you guys for being here. We're so happy to present Student Services to you. I know you must be tired at this point because you've listened to, I'm guessing, 3 presentations now. So I'm going to try to make it as quick and painless as possible. I'm going to probably have to relay a lot of information to you guys. It's okay if you don't remember a lot of what I tell you. It may not make sense now, but if you remember some of it, that's great. And it's great that you guys are proactive about attending presentation, whether online or in person. When the time comes and this information, will come handy at some point. Okay, so we're going to start. Who is your student services team? I shouldn't even call it team. It's a pretty small, it's more like a duo here. So Caroline, of course, who is helping out with the orientation, event planning, as well as myself. So my name is Tenny. I'm also one of the student services advisors. So what are we going to talk about today? How to contact student services and what are the areas of advising that we help with. Okay, so what is student services? It is almost like an information desk, like a help desk. So when you guys don't know where to go to get the help, the specific help that you need, you come to us. We'll either be able to directly help you, but most cases we will have to refer you to the place that you need to go. So we'll share contact information, we'll share how to get in touch with that person. So it's okay if you don't know where to go, just come to us. How to get in touch with us. So, of course, the popular way is sending us an email. When you send an email, you send it to studentservices@cestarcollege.com. What happens is it's going to go into a pool of emails. It's the ticketing system, right? And then based on what you have emailed us about, it'll get assigned to a specific advisor. Now, that advisor may be a student services advisor like myself or Caroline, but if it's a different type of advice that you need, that you've emailed us about, like maybe immigration, maybe co-op, it'll get assigned to the advisor that can help you best. So just because you're sending students an email to student services doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be the ones answering. Again, email is a great way to get in touch with us. However, if it's something urgent, then you need to probably come see us in person because it'll take 24 to 72 hours before we answer back to you. So you can also come see us in person. We are located in this building near the reception desk. So go to the reception desk. There's going to be an iPad directly across from the desk. And the iPad has a system on it called QList. So on the system, you sign in with your name, phone number, and then you have a seat at the reception area. You'll get a notification on your phone that the advisor is ready to see you. And then we'll come out and take you into our offices for a consultation. What are some of the other options of seeing us? Of course, you can always call the college at this number. And when you speak with someone, just let them know that you'd like to talk to a student services advisor. And there are, of course, ways of being more proactive and kind of self-serving. If you're the type that likes to, fish out information for yourselves, you can always visit the Moodle page. And there's, of course, in the homepage of Moodle, there's announcements, usually having to do with deadlines, events, registration matters, student services matters. But you can also click on the student services tab on the Moodle homepage, and it'll take you to specifically like contact information about student services, communities that we work with, even matters like immigration and registration. There'll be plenty of information to help yourselves with on that student services tab on Moodle. If you don't know how to use Moodle, that's okay. We do have a session on Friday that is going to take you through the different platforms that we use for the college, My Lambton, Moodle, Cestar Database. So definitely a very helpful session to attend. You can watch it online or attend in person, and we'll walk you through how to access various functions on Moodle. Okay, so this is just an example of what I was talking about before. Click on the Student Services tab. This is what you're going to see. Scroll down, you're going to find all of the information, most of what I'm going to talk about today. Okay, so what is the areas that we help with? Academic support, we have registration, you have program progression. This is mostly having to do with the requirements you have to meet to be able to graduate. You have personal advising. That's actually something that we also help with. So if you are having personal issues having to do with perhaps mental health, family emergency, medical emergency, this is also something you can discuss with us. Student account updates, so having to do with My Lambton account updates, Cestar Database, anything to do with uploading a document. If there's an error, you're experiencing difficulties, we also help out with that. So I'm going to go through each area in a separate slide. So the first area, academic support. So academic support obviously has to do with your courses, right? So it's a tricky thing because you, of course, can come to us and we advise you on academic matters. Now, does it mean we have superpowers and we can just change the grade or let you skip a class or let you retake a test? Absolutely not. I wish I had those magical powers because I'd use them. But we don't. So when you come to see us about these matters, our job is to tell you what are the college's policies on these matters, on academic matters, right? So for example, if you happen to miss a test, you come to us, we'll share the policy with you, we'll walk you through the steps, who do you have to email, what forms do you have to fill out, and then based on that, now you know what the legal process is, what the school's rules are on that matter, and then you can kind of know what to do and what the next steps are. So there's, of course, a lot of school policies on various matters, on almost actually everything. However, there's two that I'm going to talk about specifically today because I think it's very, applicable. People usually have a lot of questions about it. So I'm just going to focus on two important policies, which is the missed tests and class policies and student complaints. So in case you're wondering, okay, how do I actually access these policies? Where do I go? Where do I click on? So you can scan the QR code there, and where it's going to take you is the Lambton College in Toronto website, okay? So Lambton College in Toronto website has a menu. On the top, you can kind of, travel and see what other options you have that you can check out, but one of them is going to be student policies. You click on the student policies, you're going to see a list of all the important policies. Now, sometimes policies can be boring. It's a lot to read, so of course that's why we're here, to break it down for you, make it simple to understand. But I tell you this because in case you want to read the policy in more detail, and some I think that you should, but also these policies come with forms. So often if you don't have time to see student services and you want to access these forms and fill them out yourself, now at least you know how to access them, okay? Okay, so conduct and complaints policy. What is this regarding? This is when you have a conflict with an instructor, with perhaps a college faculty member, right? It's something to do with their behavior. Maybe you got into a disagreement or an argument. Maybe you felt like their conduct was unacceptable. There was a conflict, things got escalated, and you want to file a complaint against this person, right? So you're going to come to student services. We share the policy for that. This has less to do with an instructor, perhaps their grading or their teaching style or the course material. It more has to do with their behavior. So if you feel like their behavior is unjust or rude or unfair, that's what this policy applies to. So you check out the policy, or you have us break it down for you. The first step is always to talk to the person that you're complaining about. And I know it may feel like we're throwing you in the lion's den and it's awkward and uncomfortable, but the reason we have this policy in place is so the person is aware that their behavior has offended you, right? If that discussion doesn't take place, now you're complaining against someone that has no idea, perhaps, that they have offended you, right? So we want there to be a productive conversation and for there to be a resolution, hopefully from that conversation, right? Now, if you are scared and don't know how to approach it, that's why we're here. We'll hold your hand through that process, but also don't be scared of any backlash. The college, I mean, this entire time that I've worked for the college, I have never once experienced an incident where a student complained about an instructor or a college faculty member and there was any backlash such as, they failed the course or the grade was deducted or there was something unjust that happened, right? We have policies to protect that from happening. So the first step is you talk to your instructor. Next step, you don't get, let's say you have the conversation and you don't get any resolution from it and you're still unhappy and you'd like to file a formal complaint. You come to student services, we'll share the forms with you. You fill out the forms. The purpose of the forms is for you to include more detail, like what is the incident? What was the date that this incident occurred, right? And things like what kind of resolution are you hoping to get out of this complaint, right? What kind of behavior do you want to see not occur again? So you fill out this form, you send it, you return it back to us, and we'll submit this to college management, and they will investigate the situation, right? So this investigation may be that they'll meet with you, maybe they'll meet with the instructor and just kind of try to have a productive conversation, trying to find the causes and investigate, and then they will let us know the results. We will, of course, help you navigate that. So That's how the conduct and complaints policy works. Next one is missed classes. Very, very popular. We get often asked this question, how many classes can I skip? Short answer, 0. As international students, you're expected to be in every class. Now, is that practical? Not really. Life happens. You know, you get sick. God forbid, you get into an accident. There's a family emergency. So if should any of these ever happen to you, if you miss less than 2 days of a course, it is up to your instructor to permit you from attending that class, or from perhaps excusing that absence or allowing you the chance to rewrite the exam that you missed. So up to that point, it's up to the instructor. However, what happens when the instructor doesn't let you be absent from that class, right? So there's some things you can do to prevent this from happening. One is notify them in advance. So you know you're sick the day before. I mean, chances of you being well the day after is very low. So email them right away and say, listen, I'm not feeling well. Now, the instructor may ask you to present a doctor's note, right? They may not, or they may. In most cases, they may, because a lot of the times, you know, as much as we trust you, there are some people that use this as an excuse to miss class. Sometimes the instructor knows you, they know you're a good student, you've attended every class, you've participated, you have amazing grades. So of course, they may trust you to miss that class when you say you had a cold, no problem. In some cases, they may ask you for a doctor's note. So if you do happen to be sick, even for a day, as much as you think, oh my gosh, it's a cold, like, do I really have to go to the doctor? Try, right? You have a medical insurance that's embedded in your tuition, so use that. Go to the nearest walk-in clinic, consult with the doctor, get the doctor to write down exactly what it is that you had for an illness, and then why you couldn't come to campus, and how long is your recovery period. So all of that information gets written down, presented to the instructor. Chances are the instructor will, of course, let you from either rewrite the exam or be excused from missing that class, okay? So as long as you've taken these steps, the chances of you being excused is very high. Now, what happens when you need a more prolonged absence, okay? So this is when you need to get the director's permission. And this process may, of course, you know, be a little bit more gray, but should this ever happen to you where you're gonna miss more than 2 days of a course, you need a week off, you need 2 weeks off, come and talk to us at Student Services, okay? We'll share the contact information of the director, how to go about booking an appointment with them, and we'll also help you to know what kind of evidence do you need to put together, right? Depending on the situation that you have. If it's a medical emergency or a medical procedure, maybe you need to do a surgery, often students it's just so much easier, right? Go back home, get this done, and come back and, you know, you're saying, of course I had to get this done, what other choice did I have? So now you're in Canada, right? You have your medical insurance. I know it's probably so much easier because the doctor back home knows you, but you're gonna build a life here, right? So might as well find a doctor or go to a walk-in clinic, go to the hospital, have that doctor evaluate and actually write down whether you can do this here or not. If the surgery and the procedure is, you know, covered by your medical insurance and there's not long wait times, then why can't you do it here, right? Because if you do decide to still go back home, the question may be asked, well, you could do it here. No, I couldn't do it here. Okay, well, where are the evidence that you can't do this here? So there's always reasons for that. One is long wait times. Perhaps you need this done next month, but the wait times is 3 months. So the doctor will say, no, this is an emergency. You need to get this done now, and you can't wait, so you need to travel back home. Another reason is your medical insurance will not cover it. Maybe it's a pre-existing condition, right? So you call your GuardMe Health Insurance or email them, and they state this cannot be covered with your student insurance, so you need to travel back home because it's the only way you can afford to pay for that surgery or that procedure. So I guess what I'm trying to convey is once you have the correct evidence, of course, if it's a medical emergency, the school will accommodate you. If it's a family emergency, family death, again, we need evidence, right? Death certificates, some kind of evidence that proves there's an emergency that requires you to be absent. And of course, this note needs to be detailed. So it needs to say how much time off you need. So again, take the right steps and the school will be more than happy to accommodate you. That's what we're here to help you, right? It's not to hinder you from getting the help that you need. You just have to obtain the permission of the director if you're going to be absent for more than 2 days. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say about missed tests and classes. Okay, so the next category that we assist with is registration and finance. So registration is actually a different department than student services altogether. I think they often get confused with us. And now, does that mean that you cannot come to us for registration matters? Of course you can. We will help you, we'll advise you, but we probably don't have all the superpowers that the registration department has, so we'll probably have to consult with them to make changes happen. We'll have to get their advice on whether something that you're requesting is even possible, in like logistically. So, of course, come to us for advice. We may be able to help you. If not, we'll put you in touch with the registration staff. But some of the topics that's covered by the registration department is on the slide. So you got academic scheduling, transfer credits. These are credits from your master's education back home. If you do have a master's degree, you can talk to us at Student Services about possibly getting 1 to 2 credits transferred from your master's education. Failed courses and makeup courses. So of course, if you fail a course, you have to take that course again. This is also something that the registration team will handle. Substitute courses. If you're trying to take a makeup course, and this makeup course is crucial for you to take because you need to graduate, and it's not available in the term that you want to take it, the registration team will try to find a suitable alternative for you if one exists. And fee inquiries. So you don't pay your fees, you cannot be registered. So it kind of goes hand in hand. That's also what the registration team will investigate. So again, if you want to email about any of these topics and you want to get an answer directly from the registration team, you can email registration@sestercollege.com. If you require more of a discussion and advice, they're not available for a face-to-face consultation, but you can come to us at Student Services and we'll try to help you with that. We're going to watch a small video regarding class schedules and group selections, just to kind of let you guys know you're not blindsided later on. You know what the expectation is, what the constraints are around making schedules and for you choosing schedules, okay?
We want to ensure that you have reasonable expectations about your course and class schedules at Lambton College. At all Lambton College study locations,
Okay, so hopefully that was helpful in clarifying a couple of points for you guys regarding group selection and why schedules are made the way that they are. Okay, so we're gonna move on to offer letters. So I decided to kind of mention a couple of key points from your offer letter, because I know it's been a while since you guys looked at it, but it's important. It has a lot of information that students often forget, and they come to our offices asking us to do things that is against what is stated on the offer letter. So of course it's a good lesson in life, you know, to read the fine print of everything that you sign, right? And you guys signed on to this offer letter. So I want to just bring your attention to a couple of points. So one is scholarship. So I have the box 23 of your offer letter highlighted. If you're eligible and have received a entrance scholarship, this entrance scholarship will be applied towards your tuition automatically at some point before your term 3. So now how do you know if you're one of the recipients of the scholarship? If it says yes in box 23 of your offer letter, then you are, okay? And if there's any additional information about or any conditions on the reception of that scholarship, it will say it directly underneath in box 25. Payment code. So close to the payment deadline for each semester, you're gonna see an announcement on Moodle about it, and the instructions for how to make various methods of payment will also be available with that instruction. Now, if you are gonna pay with Flywire, or a family member is gonna pay on your behalf, perhaps using Flywire, you need to know where to access your payment code. So payment code is gonna be in the offer letter. Okay, so important items to note, class schedule. I have so many students saying, well, I didn't know I had class on Saturdays. I thought classes were Monday to Friday. It says on your offer letter. So does it mean you're gonna have a Saturday class every term? No, but it could potentially happen. Sometimes we just don't have enough space or room or instructors available during weekdays. So some classes do fall on Saturday. Tuition. So tuition, I know if you guys came here via the Student Direct stream, you probably paid tuition 1 year ahead. So you paid for term 1 and term 2. Now, at the time that you guys paid this amount, it was not finalized. So in order to have provided you with this cost, the school had to give out a cost breakdown that perhaps, again, was not finalized. So before the start of term 2, even though you've paid for a year ahead, go on your My Lambton portal and check to see whether you still owe an amount for term 2. It's not going to be a huge amount, but there might be a slight discrepancy, right? Because again, looking at your offer letter, it says estimated school fees, estimated living expenses. So I'm bringing this to your attention because when it comes time for payment deadline for next term, I do have some students panicking last minute because their friend said the day before the deadline that they might still owe money. Like, oh my God, I didn't know. I thought I paid for the whole year. Like, what? I wasn't told this information. Now I'm telling you, but it was also in your offer letter. Second year fees will increase by a minimum of 600. So that's, of course, an altogether different thing. But now I know you guys paid a year ahead, but moving forward, you only pay per semester. So this semester, probably towards the end or 2 months before, you pay for the second semester. Second semester, if you are going on break, you then don't have to worry about it. During your break is when you pay for your third semester. In your third semester, if you are not going into co-op, then you pay for your fourth semester. So that's how it works. So you're not paying a year ahead anymore, you're paying per term. Guard me fees. I have a lot of students saying, I don't need medical insurance. You know, I'm working, my employer is offering me medical insurance, or I have OHIP, or my spouse has a medical insurance that I can use. Unfortunately, it is mandatory for students, whether domestic or international, in all colleges and universities, you have to have medical insurance, and it is covered, like it's a part of your tuition. So opting out of this is not an option. So that's also stated in your offer letter. Campus and program changes. I found house in Brampton. Why do I have to come all the way to Toronto? So again, as much as yeah, it might be difficult with transportation. You have signed up to come to the Toronto campus. So unfortunately, the school has a strict rule and no campus or program changes are allowed. A lot of students, again, whether domestic or international, we do travel far, even for our jobs, for our schooling. So it's very common. As much as it may be a hassle, it's short term, right? So if you keep your eye on that long-term goal, it may make it worth your time. But unfortunately, if you cannot come to this campus, then that's going to be an issue because no campus changes are allowed. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to talk to you about regarding your your offer letter. Okay, so program progression checklist. What does this mean? Basically, what do you need to graduate? What is a graduating GPA? What courses do you have to take to complete your program? So you have to make best friends with this thing called program map. Okay, so after today, go on Sester database. If you know how to log in and navigate it, click on program map. It has like a PDF file that you can download. Keep this on your computer because you're going to be referring back to it a lot. So I'm going to tell you some key things that you should note on your program map. Prerequisites. So these are courses that you have to pass in order to progress to taking other courses in future semesters, right? If you don't know what that is, some of you might, but I do have some students, again, it's okay, they don't know what a prerequisite is. That's what it is. Core requisites are courses you have to take at the same time as other courses. So if you failed one, then you cannot take the other. Academic break, I often have students saying, I don't know, I didn't know I had a break, or when is my break? The map is going to tell you, right? So you can see this student's map after 2 terms. It says academic break S 2023. So this student had a summer 2023 break. It's 4 months that you have to yourselves. You can work, travel, go back home. That's up to you. Co-op or work integrated learning. Now this doesn't apply to all the programs, but you look at your program map, you may have a mandatory will or co-op semester in your last semester, or you may have an optional co-op or will. Number of credits. So this is going to tell you how many hours you're going to be in class, right? So if you're going to look at the map or your map on the left side, you will see for each term how many hours you're going to be in class. Each course stated on your map, the course code has a digit at the very end. This digit tells you how many hours for that specific course you're going to have to attend for each week, essentially. And also, I forgot to mention one thing about prerequisites. If you're wondering how to identify that, you see, again, for this specific student in term 3, you see some courses have a small square on top of it, and it says P. If you see that P, it means you have to pass the course in order to be able to take that course underneath it. We're going to talk about what happens when you fail that. Off-program map, this is when you fail a course and it kind of disturbs the natural flow of your studies. So the school, essentially, either student services or the registration team, will have to consult and put together a different map for you. So your program map will not look like maybe the rest of the people that you started your studies with. Okay, failed courses. What is a failed grade? A failed grade is a F. So if you get above, so if you get a D or above, you have passed that course. So anything 50% and above means passing. Anything less than that is a fail. Graduating GPA. So this is the cumulative GPA you have to earn before you can graduate. So if you have a will or co-op semester, especially I'm going to specifically talk about will or work integrated learning. If you are not co-op eligible, you have to do your will classrooms at in your 4th term. And for this, before you enter will, you have to have a GPA of 2.0 because will itself is a pass or a fail course, so it's not a course where it would give you additional grades. So prior to your will term or prior to graduation, you have to have a GPA of 2.0. Okay, where do I find the map? Where do I register when I fail a course and I have to take this course again? So makeup courses, if you want to register, you are going to register on Sester database. And the deadlines for when you can register is always posted on Moodle. So every day you guys, go on, you click on your courses to check out the content. Just give it the home page of Moodle a read just to find out if there's any important deadlines, including the deadline for makeup course registration. Again, you're more than welcome to come to Student Services. We'll share that deadline with you and the process. The process is fairly easy. During those deadlines, you go on Sestar database, you click on makeup course request, fill out the form, submit, you're good to go. Which semester do I take that makeup course? So that depends, right? This is where you come and consult with us as soon as you fail a course. Don't wait, not thinking it's going to have an immediate effect. Come talk to us early on, and we're going to see, right? It's very common for students, if they failed something in term 1 or 2, to take that course during their academic break. So that's obviously, desirable because you have no other courses during that time. You have 4 months off. You can still work. You are allowed to be part-time during your academic break. So it's a perfect time to take that course, but it's not always practical, right? Sometimes you just can't afford to. You want to travel back home. Perhaps you don't have the funds. So if that is the case, then we're going to look at possibly having you take this course in term 3. Now, that's not always possible. Why? Because there are courses in term 3, especially for this student, that is a prerequisite, right? So if you fail the prerequisite, then things are going to be kind of pushed down a semester, right? So in your case, if you cannot take a prerequisite during your academic break that you failed, most likely you have to stay behind a semester. This happens, more often than you think, so there's no guilt or shame if this happens to you, especially for a semester. Everyone's stressed, everyone's trying to find a job, get settled. So you could potentially struggle in a course and fail a course if you can't take this course in term 2 or academic break. Again, if it's a prerequisite, things will have to move down a bit. And your study permit, if it's valid, then perfect, you can stay an extra semester. And if not, you apply for extension, you're still allowed to stay as long as you have that 2.0 GPA and you've passed all your courses. Yeah, I think that's it about makeup courses. Okay, so moving on to student account updates. So for information like address, phone number, these are things that you want to update on your both platforms, My Lambton and Sestar database. So don't wait until, maybe I'll do it next week, next month. You might forget, you'll be surprised, a lot of students do, and now they've graduated and they don't have updated addresses, and they call us saying, I don't know where my graduation hard copies are. Well, did you update your address? No. Well, I had an old address. Okay, well, it went to the old address. Or I had an address from back home. Well, in that case, we're going to have to hold your documents here. You have to come pick it up, right? What if you're not close by? Maybe you went back home, you're in a different province, different country, so that's going to create all sorts of problems. So please, now that you have Canadian residence, update your address on both of those platforms. And if you do move later on, also do that as soon as you remember to. Phone number also very important. As much as we don't want to think that things happen, emergency situations do happen, and the school needs to contact you. All of a sudden, we look at your file and we have no phone number. If in case you guys are experiencing problems updating this information, email us at Student Services. One other thing also to note is uploading your study permit or work permit if you have it, right? So study permit, of course, you should have it because you landed in the airport and you got this there. So make sure to go on Sestar database, click on documents, and upload this as soon as possible. This is what the school uses, of course, to check that you have a valid study permit. It's a very important piece of document. So please don't forget to do that. And when you do receive, if you receive your work permit, your co-op work permit, please remember to do that as well. Again, if there's any technical issues or you don't know how to do it, email us the document and we'll upload on your behalf. Student Council. What is Student Council? It is an amazing commitment. It's a group of students coming together representing various programs of the college, and this group of students will plan various events. right? So if you think you're the type of person that loves to do that, loves to be involved in school, attend meetings, work on projects, so this is really a great chance for you to be involved in this way. It is a big commitment, as in you have to attend meetings, you have to participate in school events. So, you know, if this is something that you think speaks to you, you can put in your application next December. And you'll be starting the term next January as a student council member if you get elected. Student council members will have to attend monthly meetings, and if they are absent from 2 meetings, they get, of course, removed from student council. But again, it's a great opportunity. There's rewards at the end. It's also a great chance to network with college faculty. We did have student council members that got the opportunity, for example, to meet the mayor of Toronto, meet the Minister of Education, colleges and universities. So it's an amazing chance to get yourself out there and test your event planning skills. Again, if you're interested, there will be a post about it in Moodle sometime this coming December, and you can read all about how to apply and what are the, upload your resumes, how to do that. If you have any questions, you can also email studentcouncil@sestercollege.com. Housing tips and support. So, of course, we have an email address that you can use, and you can directly get housing tips. Perhaps you have questions about your landlord, or you want to learn about like housing laws. You want to perhaps get some tips about how to find housing. So please don't hesitate to email housing@sestercollege.com. You can also, of course, ask us at Student Services. We do have some information we can share with you, but if we can, that's okay. Again, we're going to refer you to this email address to get the help that you need. Also, please add us on social media. It's just a good way of accidentally finding information out. Like, I'm always surprised how, if I'm just scrolling, oh, I didn't know this. So, I know you guys will probably be very overwhelmed with a lot of information, a lot of deadlines, announcements. So this is just, you're on social media anyways. So you're just going to find information out without even meaning to. Okay, so some fun stuff. I'm going to play you a quick TikTok video. And this video is about some food recommendations at the college that our students have made. Okay, so enjoy.
Need a snack? Our students got your back. Here are some of the snacks you must try. Samosas from the canteen at Lambton.
Matar paneer rice.
Samosa chaat.
Bread omelette.
Ice cream and cookie from Bandmate Shop. Kabuki and yellow sandwich from the Bandmate Shop.
Each try chicken bacon and spare from the team hotel. Oyo shake.
Ice cat from Tin.
French banana.
Hash brown.
Crispy chicken. Very nice. It's of my favorite.
What's your must try?
Okay, so hopefully you guys will have your own recommendations in a few weeks. But so there's 3 food options that the college has. One of them is the canteen. So the canteen is located in the next building, the 265 building. We are now in the 271 building. So if you want to go to the canteen, you have to go to that building, go to the 2nd floor, and it's a counter. So what the canteen offers is mostly like South Asian and Indian food. So if you guys want to try that cuisine, or if perhaps it reminds you of food back home, feels more homemade, please do try it. It's delicious. We also have the ever popular Tim Hortons. Of course, you'll be sick of it by the time you graduate, because that's the only place I go for food. Of course, it's more economical to try to cook at home and prepare meals at home, but life happens, you get busy. Tim Hortons has coffee, pastries, lunch, dinner, you name it, they have it. So also to mention, Tim Hortons is also located in the 265 building on the 1st floor. They are closed this week, but as soon as the semester starts next week and classes start, it'll be open. And the 3rd option is the Bang Bang Shop. So the Bang Bang Shop is located in this building. It's on the 1st floor, and it also has a gift shop. So if you guys ever want knickknacks or souvenirs, you can visit the Bang Bang Shop. But the only difference with that place in terms of offering food is you have to order ahead of time. So you have to look at their menu, order an hour or 2 before, and then go back to the location to pick it up, because it is delivered to the campus. It's not made on site. And what Bang Bang Shop offers is mostly street food.
Need a snack? Our students got your...
oops, sorry about that, mental health. Of course, we have a separate session led by our mental health counselor, Janice. So if you're interested in this topic, you can attend her session. I'm just going to briefly touch on it. And the reason I wanted to do that is because the college values this topic very, very much. It's so important, not just as humans, but also as students, and even more so as international students, right? You guys are under a lot of stress and pressure. So we want to make sure that you have the tools to handle it. So this campus, this college, there is no shame. It's not a taboo topic to talk about mental health. It's not a sign of weakness. It's not a sign, doesn't say anything about you in a negative light. So if you guys, and you pay so much money to be here, right? It's a lot of hard work. So if you are stressing, if you are experiencing stress, anxiety, depression, any mental health issues, please come to us. We will refer you to Janice so you can take advantage of the mental health sessions that she offers, and she will simply put, she'll share some coping strategies with you. So don't let it get to the point where it's now affecting your academics or making you fail courses or just affecting your quality of life, right? So you want to experience a good life in Canada and as a student. So in order to do that, you have to be at your peak mental health shape, so to speak, right? And you can't wish it away. Don't listen to your friends that'll say, just snap out of it. Like, everyone goes through stress. It's not the case here. We value it. We think it's important. Just like when you get a cold, you have to go to a doctor, and you can't just wish that away. When it comes to mental health issues, even moderate amounts of stress and anxiety, that can take a toll on you, and you want to make sure you get the right help for that. So how does the college help with mental health? Of course, we have on-campus wellness counseling. Just like when I told you guys, you can sign up to see student services on the iPad by the reception desk. There's also an option to sign up to see a counselor. So the queue name will be health and wellness. So again, if you want to get counseling assistance, sign up for the mental health and wellness queue. Harassment and bullying, should this happen to you, of course, you come see us as student services, right? Because we're going to talk to you about perhaps what are students' rights and responsibilities, how are your classmates supposed to treat you, how are you supposed to treat them. So we will investigate the situation, of course, but sometimes students don't realize, just because the situation gets resolved, it doesn't mean, all's well. Sometimes you do have emotional trauma from that. So again, harassment and bullying, if you experience that, please do go see Janice about that. We do help in other ways as well by offering resources as to community services, right? So sometimes if you want to go to an outside organization, we do have relationships with community resources. So for example, we are partnered with Suno Canada, which specializes in South Asian international students. So if it's a more specialized help that you need, we will put you in touch with a counselor from Suno Canada. If you perhaps would like more female empowerment and female-oriented counseling and assistance, we will put you in touch with an organization called Ladlian, who specializes for that demographic. So of course then it goes without saying that we have this database and we can help put you in touch with the right help that you need. We also have, of course, Janice will talk about this, but we have an event for mental health bi-weekly. It's called wellness events. And these wellness events, again, the announcement for this will be posted on Moodle. It's students getting together and discussing mental health topics. So it'll be a different topic every time. And there's usually, the discussions around that topic will take place in an hour. And then the hour after that, it's accompanied by a fun activity, usually something to do with mindfulness. We've had painting, we've had aromatherapy, journaling. So if you're interested in kind of, having a discussion around mental health and participating in that, keep an eye out for announcements regarding that on Moodle. So also to mention, we have faculty members that are mental health certified. So some of these faculty members you'll meet during your stay. So for example, Brian, Peter, they are one of our co-op advisors. So if you already are seeing Brian or Peter, maybe regarding co-op subjects, And if you are going through a mental health issue, and you feel more comfortable, for example, talking to Peter or Brian, why not ask them about mental health? Why not get their help, right? They already are experienced, they have the certification, they know how to provide you with the correct support. So again, just sharing these individuals' email addresses in the case that you develop a relationship with them and you want to go to them to get mental health assistance. We also have, for example, Prince Sharma from the Tutoring Center. Of course, if you come across him or if you already know him, then of course you can ask him regarding mental health as well. And yeah, that's pretty much all I had prepared for you guys today. So time for questions. Of course, you're more than welcome to ask anything you like. And if not, no pressure. You can always drop by Student Services this week, moving forward, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. Sign up on the queue, and we'll be happy to help you or answer your questions, okay? But for now, I think we have a little bit of time if you want to ask any questions that you think I can answer on the spot. Go ahead. Okay, I know it's a lot to digest, so I'm going to leave, guys. Thank you so much for attending my presentation and listening. Hope it wasn't too long, and we'll see you around campus, okay? Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Tenny. Great presentation. I guess you guys didn't have questions because she did a great job, right? Okay, fantastic. So how about we take a break? Sounds good? Okay. How about we come back at 1:35? Okay, so just browse around, take a quick washroom break, and then after that, we'll see you here, okay? Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Did you guys have a good break? Yes, I know it's short and sweet. So right now we're just gonna do a quick presentation. It's just about mental health. We have the lovely Janice here, who's just going to give you a small presentation about what the college offers in terms of mental health supports. So everyone just welcome Janice. Give her a round of applause.
Thanks, Caroline. Hi, everyone. So before we get started, I just wanted to know with a show of hands, how many of you already know what mental health is or have talked to somebody about mental health before? Okay, so a couple of hands. No worries if you don't. That's what the presentation is going to be about. So mental health, it is a part of everyone. It is something to look after. It is real and complex. It can be really challenging to understand at times. It is really important, and it is something that can change over time. What it isn't is a sign of weakness. It's not all in your head. It's not something you can just snap out of whenever you want. It's not a negative thing, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. So as Caroline mentioned earlier, my name is Janice D'Souza. I am the mental health and wellness counselor at the college. That's my email address over there, but you can also find me on student services under their Moodle page under the mental health and wellness. There is a link right there if you ever want to schedule one-on-one time to meet with me. It is private and confidential. You can schedule a time with me there. I am here Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Or you can walk in as well. You can pop in and say hi if you'd like. I am located in the reception area in this building. So as your mental health and wellness counselor, I do promote safe space and open conversation. I empower people to share their stories. I encourage seeking help without fear of judgment. I believe in self-care, and I promote empathy. So there are other mental health certified members at the college as well. Those are a few of them up there with their emails, but you can also find this on the main Moodle page. So what's currently going on at the college to address mental health and wellness? So I have something that I do call Tune In Tuesdays. So every Tuesday I post information or post about mental health and wellness strategies or just what's going on. So that's always on Moodle every Tuesday. Wellness Wednesdays. So every Wednesday at 3 p.m. we meet in the front and we take a 20-minute walk outside together. If the weather doesn't permit, then we'll do an indoor walk or we'll just do some stretches. The point is to get people moving midweek. Mindful Fridays. So every Friday at 3 p.m., we engage in mindfulness practices. So those are usually breathing exercises just to give you all a break at the end of the week because it will get stressful. Talking circle. So that's usually our bi-weekly group therapy session / conversation. What it is it's myself, staff, and students who get together and we talk about things that you guys want to talk about. Any challenges that you're facing, any things that you'd like to share with each other, that's what we do, and then end off with a brief activity. And then lastly, as I mentioned, I do offer on-site as well as virtual counseling, so that's just scheduling one-on-one time with me. So why is self-care up here? Self-care, it's pretty straightforward. It's taking care of yourself. Now, you'd be surprised that we do forget to take care of ourselves when we do get busy with school and work and other life commitments. But the main way to keep your mental health and wellness going is by engaging in self-care. So self-care is the mindset, activities, practices, and habits that we bring to cope with stress, unhappiness, illness, depression, and many more negative emotions and thoughts. So there's a few ideas up there on how to maintain self-care. Sleeping and eating well, pretty straightforward. Try to get the 7 to 9 hours of sleep and try to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I know cooking can be a struggle at times, but maybe even small snacks throughout the day. I talked about mindfulness already, as well as exercise or physical activity. Even if you can't go to the gym, at least try to move your body 20 minutes each day. Eating your favorite food or watching your favorite movie, it's really as simple as that, but I know when it gets stressful, you may even forget to do that, but try to dedicate at least 30 minutes a day for yourself. Go out with friends, family, as well as classmates. Art, listen to music, podcasts, read a book. It's as simple as taking a nice bath. And then lastly, all of our favorite, take some time off social media. I know this can be a challenge, but I really challenge all of you to take at least 30 minutes off social media every day because that can heighten stress levels. So why is taboo and stigma up here? Because there is still a lot of taboo and stigma when it comes to mental health. It's still not openly talked about, and there is still a lot of shame and guilt that people feel when opening up. So taboo is a social or religious custom prohibiting or forbidding discussion of a particular practice or forbidding association with a particular person, place, or thing. And stigma is that negative attitude or idea about a mental, physical, or social feature of a person or group of people that involves social disapproval. This is often a huge concern for people with mental health issues and conditions within society. Like I said, in many cultures till now, it's not openly talked about, so I do want all of you to know I am here to support you in a non-judgmental way, so don't hesitate to reach out if ever needed. So the reason we're addressing mental health and wellness this early on is because when each of you move from your own countries away from family and friends, over time it may or may not bring up some challenging emotions and thoughts, and it can get hard. So we just want you to know there are supports available, so please, please don't hesitate to reach out. Now you might be wondering why bullying's up here and how does that play a role on one's mental health? Bullying can impact one's mental health significantly. There are 4 key types of bullying. Verbal bullying, which is saying or writing mean things. This can be teasing, name-calling, inappropriate sexual comments, taunting, threatening to cause harm. Or social bullying, sometimes referred to as relational bullying, which involves hurting someone's reputation or relationships. This can be in the form of leaving someone out on purpose, telling other people not to be friends with someone, spreading rumors about someone, or embarrassing someone in public. Now, I know it's not up here, but for example, when you're in class, another form of bullying can be perceived as if you're in a group and you're speaking your own language and there's just one other person that doesn't understand what you're saying, even if you're not talking about that person and you're laughing, they can perceive that as bullying, and that can impact their mental health. So just being really aware of those things. Physical bullying, pretty straightforward. It's hurting someone's body or possessions through hitting, kicking, pinching, spitting, tripping, pushing, making or breaking someone's things, or making mean or rude hand gestures. Lastly, cyberbullying is the most common one, and that's through the use of digital technologies. So social media, messaging platforms, or gaming platforms. Often these are used to spread lies about or post embarrassing photos or videos of someone on social media, sending hurtful, abusive, or threatening messages, images, or videos via messaging platforms like WhatsApp, or impersonating someone and sending mean messages to others on their behalf or through fake accounts. A lot of times you'll notice like people can create fake Instagram accounts and other social media accounts to bully others, and we do take bullying here very, very seriously. So like I said, it does impact one's mental health. It can lead to increased substance use as well as suicide. Bullying can cause depression and anxiety, increased feelings of sadness and loneliness, changes in sleep and eating patterns, loss of interest in activities they used to enjoy, or decreased attendance and academic achievement. I want you all to focus on the top sentence and leave here today with that. You never know what's happening in someone's life outside of the college. So when you come in every day, you might just think it's classwork, you attend classes, you say and do things, but you don't know what someone else is struggling with outside of that, so just being really mindful of that. We take sexual harassment very seriously as well, and this is a very sensitive topic for some. There's 4 main types of sexual harassment. Verbal, once again, that's any sexual jokes and rumors. Name calling, threats, harassing phone calls, pressuring someone into sexual acts. Nonverbal are any displays of sexual pictures, photos, obscene gestures, body language, whistling, or catcalling. Written is sexual graffiti, notes and emails, or using other social media platforms. And lastly, any type of physical forced sexual conduct, so grabbing, pinching, fondling, cornering, and many more without consent is not okay. Likewise, sexual assault can also have impacts on one's mental health. You never know what may be triggering for someone. So once again, sexual assault can cause post-traumatic stress disorder, which can cause intrusive memories, flashbacks, or nightmares. It can cause depression, which affects mood, motivation, and self-esteem. Anxiety leading to nervousness, fear, and panic. Increased substance use through drugs or alcohol as a way of coping. And lastly, suicidal ideation and self-harm, which can indicate that someone's lost hope or a desire to end the pain. A lot of times people do fear disclosing what they've been through because they don't want others to know, because once again, shame and guilt. Or there's a lack of proof. They fear that they won't be believed. Fear of retaliation. So what if I tell on this person and then they do something worse to me? Then being unsure of whether what happened is defined as assault, it doesn't matter. If you were made to feel uncomfortable, talk to someone you trust. They may not know how or who to report to. Fear of being treated poorly or differently, lack of support, unaware of options and resources, their relationship to the perpetrator, and lastly, fear of getting involved with the criminal justice system. I've had many students ask me, will this affect my studies or status in Canada? The short answer is no, because if you're made to feel unsafe, it's really important that you once again speak to someone you trust. You can always come to me at any point of time, and I'll be able to connect you to any resources. Once again, it is a safe space and no judgment. So if I'm not able to fully help you, I'll either make referrals to community services or resources in the community. You also have GuardMe, which is the international insurance coverage which covers additional medical professionals or any additional help that you may need. There's gonna be more on that presentation on Friday. Then we have on-campus wellness counseling and activities. There's Venti, which is an AI-powered mental health companion. So if at any point of time you're dealing with low-risk struggles and you just need in-the-moment coping strategies, you can always go to venti.co. And then lastly, Sano is a charity organization that focuses on international students that we work really closely with. So stay tuned, because next month we are gonna have an expressive arts talent show. The form to sign up will be coming out soon. I'm sure all of you are pretty talented, so please try out if you'd like. It's just a great way for students to come out and express themselves, showcase their talent. If you're shy or don't want to participate, you can still come out and watch and show support. Lastly, we do have a mental health and wellness WhatsApp group. This is with myself, some staff, and a bunch of students already. We created this last semester. So this is just a way of fostering inclusiveness and community. We all celebrate each other, birthdays, occasions, we get together, and we really just talk about things that are important. So I will leave this up here for a few minutes if any of you want to scan it with your phone. It's also outside on my door, so you can scan it later as well. Lastly, once again, your mental health does matter. So, you know, are there any questions about anything? Nope. Okay, thank you guys for listening.
Thank you so much, Janice. Great job, as always. So next we'll have Zoe, our immigration consultant, here just to give you just a quick presentation about all the immigration services we provide at the college. Okay?
Thank you, and good afternoon. Nice meeting you, everyone. My name's Zoe. I am an immigration consultant, and I work for the immigration service at the college. So in this session, may I have the monitor, please? So in the following session of our orientation, we are going to go through some important information about understanding your immigration status. First, we are going to talk about the immigration service at the college and what we are able to provide. So our team is consists of regulated Canadian immigration consultant, and we also have regulated student service immigration advisors. So we will be able to provide you guidance and advice on immigration-related issues. The team is available by appointment, and we are also available during our office hour. And my office hour is every Monday from 9 to 5. So if you have any question, if you need an immigration document that you want me to take a look at, just drop in during the office hour. But if you want an online meeting outside of the office hour, you can send me an email at immigration@cesta.college.com so we can schedule the meeting for you. And if you have any questions, if you have a document that you're a little bit confused about, you can also send me the email at immigration@cesta.college.com. And you can also find more information about the immigration services on Moodle page. We will sometimes post the information for a session, and we can sometimes post the important information about RRCC updates and regulation updates. Yeah, in terms of the service, we cannot do the application for you because we are not, because we are not the appointed representative of our student. But we can provide you guidance and help you with the application regarding study permit, work permit, your visa. If you need to extend your status in Canada, or if you lose your status and you want to restore it in Canada, we will be able to help. And if you perhaps after graduation, you want to stay in Canada, you want to work in Canada, you want to know more about the permanent residency program at Canada, we are willing to help, and you can send us an email or we can meet in person. And also, we can provide updates on IRCC about the IRCC policies and the regulations. So if IRCC posts anything and you feel it's a little bit complicated, you cannot understanding the law, the regulations well, we are here to help. Okay. And in this session, we are going to go through some important immigration documents. We have several important questions that hopefully you can answer after this session. So those questions are, do you know what are your important immigration documents? And do you know how to understand them? And do you know what is required to keep your status in Canada? And do you know what options you have for work? And do you know what you can do after graduation? So we are going to look into those questions one by one. First, we will begin with understanding your immigration documents. You have several important documents that verify your status as an international student in Canada, and each one of them have different details that are important. So we're going to look into them together, and I'm going to point out each of the things that you need to look for and those things that you need to be aware of, and also the actions you may need to take. The first document here is passport. This is maybe the most important document for you. You must remain a valid passport at all time while you are in Canada. If your passport expires, you will not be able to do anything. You cannot extend your status, you cannot apply for driver's lessons, and so on. And if you are within 6 months of your passport expiration, you cannot travel internationally. So it is critical to keep your passport safe and valid all the time. If your passport going to expire during your stay in Canada, you can apply to renew it. You can contact the embassy based on the country of citizenship, and you can renew it in Canada. Then it's the temporary residence visa or the ETA. You will have either one of the document based on the country of citizenship, and most of our students require a TRV to enter Canada, that is temporary resident visa. So when you apply for your first study permit, you do not need to apply for that TRV. You apply for the study permit, and the visa officer will give you the TRV first, which is that counterfeit on your passport. And when you arrive in Canada, you will receive your first study permit at the airport. However, if you are in Canada, you may need to apply for study permit and the TRV separately. We'll talk about this later. So the TRV is an entry document, meaning that you can only use it to enter Canada. And then you have the study permit, which is a status document that allows you to stay in Canada as a legal international student. Then we have the co-op work permit. For almost all of our students, if you have a co-op in your program, you need a co-op work permit. Here's an example of the temporary resident visa. You will see the expiration date on it. Normally, it's the same expiration date on your passport, on your study permit. So if you want to extend your temporary resident visa, you must have a valid passport and a valid study permit to do so. Normally, you will need to extend your study permit first and then extend your TRV. Because you waited so long for this first visa, maybe some of you may think this is the most important document in Canada. It is not. It is just an entry document that lets you enter Canada. If you are in Canada and you do not leave the country, you actually don't need it. Even if it expires, you can still remain in Canada legally. And then study permit. This is the status document we're talking about. So on the study permit, you will see several important information. The first is on top right of it, you will see the document number and the UCI. The UCI stands for Unique Client Identifier. That is the number that's going to follow you through your whole time in Canada, in your future applications, you will need that number. So it's very important that you know where to find your UCI. And in the first section of your study permit, you will see your personal information, your first name, your last name, your date of birth, your country of citizenship. Please make sure those information are correct. Because honestly, IRCC sometimes makes mistakes. So if you find if there's any mistake or if there's a typo in your name, you will need to contact IRCC as soon as possible so that they can change the document for you. And in the second section, you will see additional information. It is the issue date and the expiry date of your study permit. Please remember that expiration date because you will probably need to extend it. And if you miss that expiration date, you will probably lose your status and there will be consequences. And also you can see the name of the school here, but sometimes it can be any learning institution in Ontario, and you can also see the field of study on your study permit. Some of you may find that, okay, the field of study on my study permit is different than the actual program of my study. It is totally okay. So as long as you are studying at the college level, you can use your study permit. You do not need to change anything. Your study permit is still valid. And on the study permit, you will also see the conditions and the remarks. You will see several conditions there. You will need to respect those conditions. And some of you will see the condition about employment. So having that employment condition on your study permit means that you are eligible, you may be eligible to work as an international student here in Canada. So on the contrary, if you do not have that employment condition, I would suggest that you contact IRCC to have those conditions added so that you can accept employment opportunities here in Canada. Well, as a study permit holder, there's something you need to keep in mind to keep your legal status in Canada. So how to maintain your status? The first step will always be know the expiry date, extend your status document if it's necessary. Again, if your document expires and you failed to apply for an extension before that, you will lose your status. You cannot study, you cannot work, you may need to leave Canada. And also, the study permit requires you to actively study in Canada. So what does it mean, actively study? So normally, it means you will need to be enrolled at a designated learning institution. That means you need to be registered with Lambton College, and you must be a full-time student. You need to complete the program as it's supposed to be, and you need to show effort to the completion of your program. So, and for some of you, maybe in the future study, you encounter something, whether it's because of medical condition, it's because of a family emergency, you have to stop studying. In that case, please remember that if you are in Canada and you are holding a study permit, you cannot stop studying for more than 150 days. So if you are a study permit holder, stop studying for more than 5 months, you will lose your status automatically. You will have to leave Canada. And if you want to change your study plan, you need to transfer program, you cannot attend school because of a personal reason. Before you make those kind of decision to stop studying, please talk with the school director, please talk with the student advisor or the immigration consultant to know about the consequences, because sometimes some consequences is not fixable, and you will be in a very vulnerable situation if you do that. Okay, then the co-op work permit. So I think almost all of you have that co-op placement in your program, and you should have received a co-op work permit at the port of entry, but I don't know how many of you didn't receive that co-op work permit. If you, okay, we see some raising hands. Yeah, if you didn't receive it at the airport, it's totally okay. You can apply online. The application is free of charge. If you don't know how to do that, send me an email. I will send you the guidance on how to do that. You must have a valid co-op work permit for your co-op term. So if you don't have it, or if you need to extend your co-op work permit because of a longer co-op term, please do it at least 6 or 8 months ahead of time, because the processing of work permit in Canada can be more than 4 months. And here's an example of the co-op work permit from this school. You will see on the permit, there will be no wording like co-op work permit. There will be no title as a co-op work permit, but it doesn't mean it's not a co-op work permit. You will see the employer here, it's Lambton College. It means that you can work for any employer that is approved by Lambton College's co-op program. It doesn't mean that you can only work for the school. And you can see here the occupation and the location. It can be anything. So the location may be Toronto, maybe Sarnia, maybe any, or maybe it only says open. It's all okay. And the occupation here, when you apply for this co-op work permit, the officer didn't know about the work you are going to do. So the officer may write open, may write student, may write co-op. So it doesn't matter. Your co-op work permit is still valid and you can use them. Okay, so the important documents, we have passport, study permit, and the co-op work permit. If there's anything wrong on your document, you will need to contact RCC to amend the document. If your documents got stolen or it's destroyed, you will need to contact RCC to replace them. And the amendment and the replacement can take about 10 weeks or more. So please check your document today. If there's something wrong about it, I will suggest that you do the amendment or replacement as soon as possible. And also, please keep a copy of your documents and put a copy at a different location than the original document. So if something happens, you still have a copy of your immigration documents. And something about working in Canada. Good news is, as a study permit holder, you may be eligible to work in Canada. But before you accept any work opportunities, please make sure that you have the work authorization to do that. Now, as an eligible international student, if you meet certain requirements, you can accept on-campus and off-campus employment without an additional work permit. You can use your study permit to prove your eligibility. But there are some requirements. For example, for on-campus work meaning that Lambton College is your employer. You work for the college. You must be a valid student with holding a valid study permit. You must be a full-time student. You must have that work condition on your study permit, and you must have a social insurance number. So if you haven't applied for a social insurance number, you can apply online through Service Canada website. Similarly, you can have the off-campus employment, and for co-op employment, you must have a co-op work permit to accept that. You must prepare your co-op work permit before your co-op term begins. And after graduation, you may be able to apply for a post-graduation work permit to work in Canada. Then how many hours can you work as an international student? Many of you may already know that. During the regular school terms, you can work up to 20 hours per week, so no more than 20 hours every week. And if you work on campus, if you work for Lambton College, you can work full-time. But now we have this temporary policy posted on the slide. If you're eligible, if you submitted your study permit application in that time frame, you may be eligible and you can work full-time until April 30th, 2024, or until the expiration date on your study permit, whichever comes first. So the policy can update. So if RSCC updated in the future, we will keep you notified, okay? And during scheduled breaks, you can work full-time. Here, scheduled breaks means reading weeks, your winter holidays. You can find those information on your program map. And during authorized leave, you cannot work. So the difference between authorized leave and the scheduled break is, the scheduled break is part of your program. But authorized leave is when you ask the college whether you can have an additional break. So if the college approves that, that will be an authorized leave, and during that leave, you cannot work. And here, we are talking about maybe you are eligible for full-time work. So how many hours can you work during the full-time employment? There's no limitation. So it can be 30 hours, it can be 40 hours, it can be 48 hours. As long as it's legal, there's no limitation on the actual working hours you do. Then a little bit about work after graduation. So after you complete the program at Lambton College, you may be eligible for the post-graduation work permit. That permit will allow you to work in Canada up to 3 years, and it is a full-time job. There will be no limitation on the employer, job position, location, anything. So that work permit is a very valuable thing. It is especially important to you if you are looking for opportunity for permanent residency. But to be eligible for this, you must be a full-time student during your study. So for example, if you become a part-time student in your first term or second term, you may not be eligible. So the reason I'm talking about this is because you are all new student. If you are thinking about the future establishment in Canada, you want to stay here longer during your study, please be a good student, attend a class, study full-time so that you will be eligible. Okay, something about immigration compliance. So when we are talking about immigration issues, there are departments you should be familiar with. It's Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada, which is IRCC. So IRCC is the department that issues your permit, your visa, process your application. And you can find regulations, policies, updates on immigration laws, and also you can find application packages on this website. And here's the QR code. So that website provides the most accurate information regarding immigration. So it should be the main source of your information. And another part that is involved in keeping your status is you. So as an international student, you need to be responsible for your own status. You need to keep a legal status as an international student here all the time. You cannot violate those regulations, because if you violate those regulations, you will lose your status and you will not be able to stay in Canada longer. And I want to give some simple examples of violations. So what is violation? As study permit holder, violation is like failing to attend class, academic suspicion, failing to keep a full-time student status, or even failing to pay the tuition so that you cannot be registered with the school. Those are all kinds of violations, and if it happens to you, it may result in the loss of status, and even IRCC gives the opportunity to restore the status. You will need to pay additional money. It will take you a lot of time, and the result is not guaranteed. So again, it's very important that you need to get your information from the IRCC official website. They also have the social media accounts. You can follow them. And you can get your immigration advice from licensed immigration consultants, which is licensed consultants and licensed student advisors. Family and friends, they are not good source of information because the policy and the regulation can change, and what applies to them may not apply to you. If you have an issue with immigration, meet us right away. Book an appointment with us so we can better assist you. So just to sum up, as an international student, you will need to study full-time, make continuous efforts towards your study, and never work without authorization. And you will need to keep all your immigration documents up to date and 100% accurate. Consult the college before any decision. That means if you decided to stop studying, if you decided to transfer the program, if you decided to, for example, go home for a semester, before those big decisions, please consult with the school to make sure that it will not affect your future applications. Okay? Yeah, that's pretty much it. If anyone have any questions? Yeah. I will just repeat your question. So your study permit and your work permit prohibited you from working in a health-related field. The reason for that is when you apply for this study permit and the work permit, you didn't choose that you have a medical exam ahead of time. So if you want to do a related kind of a job in this section, you can do a medical exam and send IRCC the medical result and renew your documents. Yeah. Okay. Okay, don't see any raising hands. Okay, great. I think that's all for today. If you have any question, just send me the email at immigrationaccess.college.com. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Great job. So we're just going to take a quick 15-minute break. We'll be back at 2:45. So just kind of go around the college if you like, take a washroom break, and we'll see you back here for Canadian Culture and Transportation. And then we have Student Services and Advising in the Will Room up there. Okay? Good afternoon, everybody. How was your break? Good, good. Okay, so we're just going to have Shauna here just present about Canadian culture. So she'll introduce herself. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we have, so we don't have anyone here from MMDT, right? No one from MMDT, because they should be in 126. CPMT. You're in CPMT? Okay, so you should be in room 127 right now. Because CPMT is the Meet Your Co-op Advisor is happening in room 127 for you guys. Everyone else, what programs are you from? Can I just ask the people at the back? I know you look so comfortable back there, but I would appreciate if you just came a little bit closer so that if I ask questions, you might answer them. What programs are you guys from? BMHT, so you're HR professionals. So you met Bob this morning then? Yeah, he's pretty awesome, eh? And your program? Same, BMHT? FSQT, so you met Parviz this morning. Equally awesome. Did you guys check out the lab? No, you could have gone down to the lab. We might be able to do some tours on Friday. We're cramming a lot into 4 days here, but you might be able to get a tour in on Friday. Any other programs? FPWT, so you met Don this morning, who's crazy. But we love him. He's a good crazy. Any other programs? BSNT. Oh, so Keith is here tomorrow, actually. So if you come back, Keith, was Keith here today? Oh, you good? You're good? Okay. So all of these sessions are the same tomorrow. The only thing is you could join Keith's session online tomorrow. What's your name? So you can join Keith's session through the link that's on Lambton College in Toronto, the website. You can join his session tomorrow. Yeah. Everything else tomorrow is the same, so you're good. Any other programs here? BMHT, FPWT, FSQT, and BSNT. That's it? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to get started. My session is on Canadian culture. How many of you have only been in the country for about 2 weeks or less? 2 weeks or less. Yeah, so you're relatively new. Do any of you have family with you here in Canada? That's awesome. So if you have if you have family here with you, it's a great, they're a great support system for you. But in the absence of family, you're going to rely on other people around you, the college, your colleagues, your friends. So we're going to talk a little bit about Canadian culture, what you can expect, and kind of what your instructors are going to be expecting of you as well. Okay? Okay, so when we think of culture, it includes a lot of things, right? It includes language. It includes attitudes. It includes values and beliefs. It's surprising how much we learn from when we're young. We learn these things from our family, and culture is something that is just natural to us after a while. Once you join a new culture, once you come into another country, it can be an adjustment. It can be a big adjustment for everyone. I'll tell you, I was born in Canada, and the 3 generations before me were born in Canada. So I am like 4th or 5th generation Canadian, which, so this is the only culture I have known, right? So it's very difficult, it would be very difficult for me to go into another country, and not just another culture, but all of the rules and stuff. We're going to talk a little bit about the fact that you have access to GuardMe insurance. So Lucia is going to be here on Friday to give you all kinds of information on that on Friday. But I tell people all the time, I can't imagine traveling across the world and attending school, and you're sick, and you just how would you even get medical help? So we're hoping that you're going to get as much from this as you can. that you're never in a situation where you don't have somewhere to turn to get the answers that you need. So this is culture, attitudes, feelings, values, and behaviors that characterize or inform society as a whole or any social group within it. And that includes language too. How many of you speak more than 3 languages? Quite a few. That is very impressive to me. I was an instructor with the college, an English instructor, though my background is in marketing and communications, but I was an English instructor here for the first 8 years with the college, and then I took this role on in 2020. But I always have had an appreciation for people who can learn multiple languages. That just kind of blows me away. And so it's very cool. We're going to talk a little bit about language. The one language that we all have in common is what? Yeah, we all have English in common. So we encourage you to use English as much as possible while you're on campus, in part because it's a safe environment. English is a second language to many, many people on campus. So you're in a situation where no one's going to judge you. No one's going to correct you. You're good to go. But also, it's very inclusive, right? And I'll get into language in a minute. But I'm going to start with some of the stereotypes of Canada. Lots of this is probably familiar to you. So our national animal is the beaver. And I'm in my 50s. I have yet to see a beaver in Canada, if you can believe that. Also, these other ones, though, I have seen. So this is an elk, but it looks like a moose. I've seen moose, and you probably will too if you go north of Ontario. Also, bear, if you go to Algonquin Park, or there is a field trip that is scheduled in the summer for you to join the other 2 campuses and make sure that you watch Moodle for that. It would be a great excursion for you. You'll go to, I can't remember what the name of the park is, but it's very much like our Algonquin Park, which is just about maybe 3 hours north of us, 2.5 hours north of us. And then I also like to point out these mountains. We don't have mountains in Ontario, but we do like to think that we have mountains. We have the escarpment, and it's absolutely stunning in the fall, but it's the only skiing you're going to get is in northern on the escarpment. You'll get an opportunity, I believe this. I don't want to make promises that I can't necessarily keep, but we normally plan a trip to go. It's a ski day, a snow day. And you go up north, and you can either toboggan, you can go tubing, which is tobogganing in a tube. It's fun. You can snowboard if you're feeling really brave. But there's skiing in Ontario, but our friends on the West Coast make fun of us because it's not true skiing unless you're in the Rocky Mountains. And they do have mountains out there. If you do have an opportunity to go out west, spectacular. Take advantage of that. So the one thing about Canada that I always tell people, you're starting at the coldest time, but it does get lovely here in the summer. Like short weather, bathing suit weather, it does get quite warm. But right now it's quite cold, and January and February are pretty cold. And I think the reason that we have an appreciation for our 4 seasons, we actually do get 4 seasons. We really only get 3, and this winter one is a tough one, right? It's the toughest one because it's cold. There's always delays. It's kind of a pain in the butt to go out. You got to dress up, all of that stuff. It's not fun. But the reason we're okay with it is because we have a true appreciation for it. We have an appreciation for the summer and the spring semester, or the summer and spring weather, because we have to sit through that 2.5 months or so of cold. Does anyone recognize that cup? It's Tim Hortons, also very iconic. And this is where Mark, my colleague, normally says we're breaking through the stereotypes. But that is ice on the side of this person's car. It's unlikely that you have your driver's license quite yet. It's kind of tough to get your driver's license here. You got to book appointments well in advance. But once you are driving, you'll find the same thing. The the ice will, your windows will ice up and you'll have this same situation. So I'm going to start with a scenario here. If you're walking through the halls and you bump into an instructor and her papers fall all over the floor, you're probably going to apologize and help her pick them up, right? What do you think she's going to do? Or he, I guess. What do you think the instructor's going to do? Any ideas? Pardon me? Same? Yes. They will apologize as well. We in Canada are unapologetically apologetic. We say sorry for absolutely everything. So we take great pride in that, although some people do kind of take offense to the fact that we have this reputation for being super polite, but I think I kind of like it. I like that other countries welcome Canadians in because they know that we're polite people. We are polite. We are also ethnically diverse. One of the most diverse cities in the world. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 different languages spoken downtown Toronto. So it's very, very cool. The other thing is, I mean, our campus is also quite multicultural. It's getting more and more multicultural. But I would encourage you to go downtown Toronto. There's always a restaurant downtown that will give you authentic food from wherever your home country is. Because we're a city kind of immigrants. Immigrants have made up a lot of Toronto, and so there's a lot of people who have started businesses here from your home countries, and you will have no problems finding food in Canada or in Toronto that is authentic. We're an egalitarian society, which means everyone's treated equally. And you probably have all sat in on Mark's session now. He walked you through some of the policies. The student rights and responsibilities policy is probably the most important one. And the important thing to take from that is that you're all going to be treated the same, right? It doesn't matter how many languages you speak. It doesn't matter what country you're from or your socioeconomic background. Everyone is treated the same. And the rule book that we use for treating everyone the same is that student rights and responsibilities. You all have rights to an education. You all have rights and responsibilities to one another to be respectful. And there's a student code of conduct in that policy. But the truth is, those policies are in place to protect all of you, right? Because it wouldn't be good if you were coming to class every day and working your butt off and you knew that there were other people that were getting by without doing all that work, right? So that's good for you to know. Tolerant of social and cultural differences, but like I said, we're more than tolerant. We actually celebrate it. We take great pride in the multiculturalism here in Canada. You also will find that we try our best to celebrate the cultures that are on campus. So we will have festivals that will, for the most part, take place here in the atrium. So just watch Moodle. Moodle is the learning management system. You probably have heard about it all day today. Watch that for announcements, and you can come in, even if it's not your background, it's great to come in and learn about other cultures, right? And we're renowned for our humility, so we don't brag. That's all that means. We don't do a lot of bragging, but I just did. I bragged a lot about Canada, but we typically do not. So what this means for you in your classes, when you're approaching instructors or if you're approaching staff, just make sure that you're very open. You're very open, you're very approachable. Don't be aggressive when you're approaching faculty. I always tell students, if you want to meet with your faculty about anything, give them a heads up. Send them an email in advance. If you don't like your grade on something, that's fine. Reach out to them and say, I'm really concerned about my grade on this assignment. Can I sit down with you and go through it with you? You'll learn from that, and also the instructor will give you the time. If you show up in class one day and go running up to the instructor and say, hey, I don't like my mark. I want to sit down and I want to talk to you about it. This is ridiculous. I don't like my mark. That's not a Canadian thing. We're not aggressive. We're very polite. We're very respectful. And if you approach your instructors that way, they're going to be open, right? They're going to be open to, they're going to make time for you. Also, hands out of your pockets and maintain eye contact. You're going to go in, you're going to shake hands with someone when you meet them for the first time, and you're going to look into their eyes. If you're shaking someone's hand and you're looking over here, people think that you've got something to hide. You know, go in confident, not overly confident because that's aggressive, but go in confident and maintain eye contact with them. Personal space is a weird one. So if you find that when you're approaching an instructor, you see them just kind of like making their way away from you, it's just we're weird that we want a really good distance between us and others. And we call those people that get too close to us space invaders. Don't be offended if you are approaching your instructor or someone in the college or anyone in your community and you want to talk to them and you're getting a little bit close, you'll see that they just back up. It's not you, it's us, right? We just like that space. So when you meet people for the first time, firm handshake, direct eye contact, smile, positive. You're being positive. Address others by their first names. You'll find that your instructors will have some rules. They'll walk you through some rules at the start of each of your classes. They're not, we do have some rules that are kind of consistent across, obviously those policy rules, they're all consistent across all of the courses, but you know, you might have some instructors that are sticklers about some things and other instructors that are a little bit more laid back. One of them is arrival to class on time. If a class starts at 9 o'clock, you should be there at 9 o'clock, right? And some people would argue that you should be there at 8:45. We are going to spend a little bit of time on transportation. You can't always rely on public transit to get you places on time, so just give yourself lots of time, and you certainly don't want to get in a situation where you miss a test or something important because you're late, right? Oh, sorry, that was the timing, but also find out from your instructors how they want to be addressed, right? When I was teaching, I used to tell people, if you can call me Shauna, but there are some instructors here who will say, call me Mr. So-and-so or Miss So-and-so. That's fine too, but I would say, it's not a science, but I would argue that 90% of your instructors are going to tell you that you can refer to them by their first name. Typically, that's the way it is. Same with all the administrators at the college. If you ever have to meet with me, you're going to call me Shauna. You don't have to call me Ms. Shelton. After your handshake with others, there should be no physical contact. And just keep in mind that they may back away after the handshake because, you know, Canadians, we just like our space. So here's another scenario. You are on foot and stopped at a stoplight waiting to cross the street. The light is green for cars crossing in the same direction, but for pedestrians, the hand signal is showing. This here is showing that you've got 9 seconds to get across the street. What are you going to do? Wait. I have someone who says we're going to wait. Is anyone going to go flying through that intersection? No. No? We thought we were going to stump you guys with this one, but no, everyone is saying the same thing. And you're right. We are rule followers in Canada to a fault. We follow rules very, very carefully. And the other thing that I added to this slide was just don't try to beat that 9-second countdown because the cars are trying to beat it too, right? So especially if they're trying to get around left. Over the holidays, I saw someone turning left and they hit a pedestrian. Not hard, but they were both trying to get through the intersection, trying to race the light, and you know, the pedestrian's going to lose. The car is going to take them out. So another scenario, you're in the grocery store and you've unpacked your groceries, they're in the car or your Uber. What do you do with the empty buggy? Do you return it to the front of the store? Or do you leave it in the parking lot? Oh, that's a good point. Sometimes you have to return it to get your 25 cents back. Especially in the Toronto area, there's a 25% or 25-cent deposit on those buggies. But the answer is that you will return it, but not because it's a law, but just because it's the right thing to do. It's the Canadian way. But don't be surprised if you see other buggies. I see them all the time. It drives me nuts. People leave their buggies in the parking lot. So, what does this mean about the rules? Well, it does mean that you should be punctual. Punctual means, as my husband would say, 15 minutes early. For me, getting there on time is a challenge. I am late, notoriously late for everything. Although just now I showed up about 3 minutes before I was about to go on. But my husband would say that's late. And especially in Toronto, you want to give yourself lots of time because the TTC is not always the most reliable way to get around. Another little bit of advice. So we do, and Mark may have mentioned this in his session about missed tests and missed assignments. There's a policy on your Moodle pages. I would download it and take a look at it. There are some conditions under which you can do a rewrite or a makeup test, but it's very limited, right? So if you are late for an exam, imagine that the class is writing the exam and you're sitting on a bus and the instructor has been told this is one of the rules that is not flexible. If someone leaves the room after writing that exam, you are not going to be able to write the exam. And that, again, is getting back to fairness for everyone, right? Because there are probably some people that might, no one in this room for sure, but there might be people that would leave, get the answers, and pass them on to someone, right? So that rule's there for a reason. What it means, though, is you could be stuck on a bus, and someone comes in that didn't study for the exam. They look at the exam, they don't even answer any of the questions, they get up and they leave, and now you can't write the exam, and you're a good student, right? So my recommendation is that you keep in touch with, you meeting people from your program today, you keep in touch with someone from the class, and if it looks like you're going to be late for an exam, reach out to them, because they can let the instructor know that you're running late, and then although you don't get any extra time, at least you'll be able to write it. And you're not going to be able to reach out to the instructor because they're busy frantically getting things ready for this exam, right? So I think it's always good to be in touch with someone in the class so that you can at least pass that message on. And I'm telling you, the instructors are all very reasonable. No instructor, if they know that you're on a bus and you're on your way to the exam, no instructor is going to let someone leave the classroom. They're not going to put you at risk. So just keep that in mind. Follow the rules of authorities, instructors, college, and colleagues, and don't litter. Don't litter here, but also don't litter in and around Toronto. Oh, I didn't ask that at the outset. Where are you all coming from? Anyone coming from Brampton? Yes? Anyone coming from Mississauga? Okay. Ajax? No? North York? Yes? Scarborough? Lots of people from Scarborough. So that's actually a great commute. You don't have far to go at all. That's awesome. Any other places? Markham? Nice. I'm from Markham. We could carpool. So from a communication standpoint, I did mention English is inclusive, right? Everyone knows English. So it's best that you're using English, definitely in the classroom. Your instructor is going to expect you to speak in English. But in the hallways too, I always tell people that if I'm sitting in an elevator and there's two people speaking a different language in the elevator and then they start giggling, I can't help but think that I'm wearing half of my lunch or my hair is standing up. I never really know why, I don't know why they're laughing, but they could be laughing at me. They may not be. They might have just told a joke. I just don't know. I used to work, when I was in university, I used to work in a restaurant, and my boss spoke a different language, and he would speak to his wife every once in a while, and I'd hear my name. And I couldn't help but wonder, are they saying good things or bad things? So it's just very inclusive if you're speaking English. But then again, the flip side of that is that I also encourage people to find other people that speak the same language that they do, because that is your comfort zone, right? So it's good for you to maintain your language as well. But in the classroom, definitely English, and definitely when there's a situation where you might make someone feel uncomfortable by speaking a different language. In my house, by the way, both of my kids are bilingual. They speak French fluently. And I have a general understanding of French, but my husband speaks none. So every once in a while we do speak French. about him. It's probably, it's rude, but he thinks it's funny. Yeah, no, whenever you can, it's best to speak English. And then handle disagreements with tact. That just means what I said before. You know, if you're not getting along, if you're not happy with your grades on something, it's fine to reach out to your instructor and talk to them about it. That's your right. I'm sure Mark told you that. That's your right. You can appeal your grades. You can ask for your instructors to explain your grades, but you can't just say, I just want more. I don't like a C, I want a B. Give me a B. You can't just do that. But you can certainly ask to meet with your instructor and get explanations. Avoid interrupting someone or speaking over them. Become a really, really, really good listener. It's good to listen. When I was teaching, I remember I would be giving a bit of a lesson, and someone in the middle of my lesson would be say, "Oh, well, where would I find that? Where would I find that?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm getting there. Just give me a second. Wait till I finish what I'm saying." And then if I don't answer all of your questions, then you can answer questions or ask questions. Nonverbal expressions. So again, don't go running up to someone aggressively. They say that a huge percentage of your communication is nonverbal, right? It's not the words, it's all the other stuff. It's your tone, it's your pace, it's, you know, your body language. And just bear that in mind when you're having conversations with your instructors or other people at the college or among yourselves, right? You can never say please or thank you in Canada enough. Be a skilled listener. This no means no is an important one for you to keep in mind. If you're going to your instructor, or you have questions about something, or you want them to reconsider your grade, and they have done that, and they've added it up, and it's still what they originally said you received, then that no means no. But if you just don't think that they're listening, if you do not think that you are being heard, then absolutely, advocate for yourself. Go to student services. Tell them that the instructor is not providing enough information, that you've asked to meet with the instructor, that you feel that you got a grade that was lower than you know that the assignment warrants. And they will pass it on to academics, and the academic team will deal with it, okay? And also, it's very clear in our policy that there's no retaliation. If you complain, if you go to student services about an instructor who just is not allowing you to, have your voice, there's no way that it will come back to you, right? It'll be kept in confidence, and it'll be made clear to that instructor that they just have to listen to what the students have to say. So just know we're here to support you in those situations. Pay attention to the tone and pace of your own speech. Are you speaking clearly? You just want to make sure that you're getting your messages across. So any questions about any of that stuff? All good? Have you heard of culture shock? Culture shock? So this is very normal stuff. You're all on the other side you're all away from family, so you're going to miss them 100%. You're in a new environment, and some of you don't have family here. Many of you don't have family here, so it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for you, but just know that there's lots of supports here for you. Culture shock has three phases. The first one is the honeymoon, and that is fun. It's exciting, right? You're in a new country, you don't have anything due, right? You haven't even started your classes yet, so you don't have to worry about the pressures of academics. You might be looking for a part-time job. How many of you are going to be looking for a part-time job? So we do have a session on Friday. Christina is going to be here. She's going to walk you through some of the supports that are available to you in order to get a part-time job. All that stuff is very exciting, right? It's very exciting, but you still are going to miss family, right? You're away from family. Emotionally, you may be excited, but you're also going to be a little bit sad. You may be tired. Some of you are going to be making 3 a.m. phone calls because your family is that far away that you're dealing with time zones. So just, weather it. You're going to try to get through it, but if you need the support, there's supports available for you. The second one is resistance, the second stage. And this is where you might be feeling a little bit of frustration, anxiety, anger, or homesickness. You may be sleepier than in stage one, and you may want to go home, right? You may want to go home. If you're ever feeling that you need support, you go to student service and you'll be connected with Janice. The one thing that you guys have in common, or that you guys have for you that the students before you did not have, is a wellness counselor. She's brand new. She started in November. You would have heard from her today, Janice. She did a session on wellness. She is available 5 days a week, and you can go in and sit with her, tell her what you're going through, and she will make sure that you get all the supports that you need. So we've never had that before. This is very exciting for you that you have access to this. Take full advantage of that. And then also, you would have heard from Zoe today too. She's the immigration consultant, and she can guide you in a situation where if you're going home, because it's going to affect your program map, right? If you have to go home, it's going to affect your program map, and also that may eventually affect your postgraduate work permit, and that's what you want, right? That's you're going to school to get that that work experience, and if that's going to be delayed, you need to know all of the stuff that you have to do to make sure that you're still covering your bases. So you can meet with Zoe, and she can walk you through that. So if you're at this stage and you just really feel like you have to go home, reach out to Student Services, and they will just provide you with all the support that you need, or guidance, and if you are planning on leaving. But we don't want you to, right? Like we want to give you all the supports that you need to stay. Because once you get off your program map, it just becomes complicated. That's why we have the supports in place. The third stage is the acceptance stage, and this is kind of where you're okay with some of the weirdness of the Canadian culture, and you're accepting of it, and you might even be embracing it. All I want to say is that, you know, we all go through this stuff. When you go to another country and you're going to be here for 2 years before you start work, it's going to take you a while before you get adjusted, and just know that that's very, very, very normal. Very normal. And the important thing for you to do is just kind of remember this session and look back and say, okay, well, you know, I kind of know where I am. I kind of remember Shauna saying that, you know, this was about the time that I was going to be feeling these kinds of, this kind of anxiety, and that's fine. And then reach out to Student Services, and then Janice will help you, right? So, and also, you can lean on your friends, family, faculty, but, you know, always know that you can reach out to Student Services. If you use that email, someone in Student Services will connect you with wellness. We also have a nurse on campus, which we never had before. She's brand new too. You guys are getting all kinds of cool benefits. So we have a nurse on campus 12 hours a week. That may be expanded. We don't know. Or she's new. Like it's a new resource for students, and we'll see how it goes. She's also available if you go in those main doors through reception. You just go in. If you slip on the ice, hopefully it's in one of the 12 hours that she's here. But if not, you can reach out to Janice, and she will also connect you with GuardMe. They're also GuardMe ambassadors. So if you need access to healthcare or emergency services, someone in reception will help you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to transportation now. And any questions on culture shock? We're feeling good? I should mention that January and February are the toughest months in Canada, so just keep that in mind too. It's cold, it's gray, we don't have nearly as much sun during those 2 months. We don't like it either. None of us likes the cold. So GTA stands for Greater Toronto Area. We refer to the GTA all the time. There's all kinds of transportation options for you in the GTA. TTC, you probably all took the TTC to get here today. My friend from Markham, who's from Markham? I can't remember who's from, yeah. So did you take Viva? Or did you take YRT to get here, or TTC? TTC, oh, okay. So yeah, so you must be at the south end of Markham. You can get a TTC bus, but there's all kinds of options for you to get here. And we're gonna go through them. So this is TTC is Toronto's largest local public transit system. The other ones are mostly buses. This is TTC has subway lines, 9 streetcar routes, and 192 bus routes. The subway runs very regularly. The buses are not as frequent. Just keep that in mind. But you can go here and look at the schedule and plan your route and plan your pickups and drop-offs. There's some pricing on here as well. So single fare is $3.30 with a Presto card. I had a few people ask me today about the discount. You do get a discount. So if you are taking the TTC with a Presto card, you're going to be paying $128.15 a month, as opposed to $156, which is a pretty good discount. You don't have a student card yet. You'll have to provide a student card. But I think Ash told me, I don't know if any of you have met Ash, but he is an amazing resource. He sits at reception. He's also a former student of the college, so he has been in your shoes. But you can show the TTC your tuition receipt to prove that you're a student here in Canada, and you'll get the discount on your TTC pass. But you probably heard in the student services session that you'll be getting an ID card eventually, but classes start next week, so you might want to try to get that TTC pass and take advantage of the savings now. The other one is GO, and GO Transit will take you right downtown Toronto, and I always tell people this is the best way to travel if you're coming from outside the city. So again, my Markham friend. You can grab the GO and you'll be down at Union Station in about a half hour. It's pretty spectacular. And it's beautiful. They're beautiful. It's a beautiful way to ride because you've got tons of foot space, and it's just amazing. And they're spotless clean. GO is a great way to travel, and really not that much more expensive. The fares, $4.50 or $3.70 with a Presto card. You can do, let me just see, it covers much, let me just see here. Fare is $4.25, oh no, that's York Region, just a minute. There was one that said, oh yeah, $4.50 for 10 kilometers or less, which is pretty good. That's not bad. But you can also use your Presto card for that. That's your discount card. And then YRT is the one that I thought that my friend from Markham might have used today. But York Region that's buses only, but they go as north, quite a bit north of the city up to Lake Simcoe, so quite a ways up. And the Viva line is part of that. There's some rapid lines on that in York Region Transit. And there's the website for that if you're looking to get in and around York Region. Anyone from Brampton? Did we talk about? Yeah, there's a couple people from Brampton. So locally in Brampton, you can use Brampton Transit. There's the information for that one. Again, the prices are comparable. But I might be in your way if you wanted to take a picture of any of these websites. But you can get all this information on their website, and you can also see the routes, right? The pickups and the drop-offs. My way is for those of you who are coming in from Mississauga, but eventually you'll get onto a TTC bus, by the way. Although I think there is a way now for you to take GO. You can take GO, I think maybe to Fairview. We probably have to look closer into that, but there's a new station, GO station, that will get you almost to campus. So especially in the summer, you know, anytime you end up at Fairview Mall, which is like 5 minutes from here, you can walk here. It's a 10-minute walk probably. And then we also have Beck Taxi is just one taxi service, but it's probably the most popular one. It's like the New York yellow taxis. So Beck Taxi is an option. Uber and Lyft, ride shares. I would recommend that you, if you have an exam, like I said, you never want to be late for an exam. I would recommend that you cab it if you think, or Uber it, if you think that there's a chance that you're going to be late for an exam. So my husband would say, give yourself more than lots of time. You know, plan to be at the school 15 minutes before you need to be at the school. You're never going to be able to use the excuse that you got stuck in traffic for missing an exam. If you connect with someone in your class and let the instructor know that you're on your way. That's your best bet. And then you've done everything you can in your power to write that exam, right? That's what you need to be able to prove. And even if you end up not writing the exam that day, at least you can demonstrate that you put that effort in because you didn't want to miss the exam. All that stuff that you do will help your case. And then expect delays in the snowy weather. TTC, we get TTC reports in the morning now because sometimes there's so many people that are taking the public transit that people need to know what the delays are. We used to also cancel classes when we had a lot of snow. Sometimes people were snowed in, so we'd cancel classes. We don't do that anymore. Watch Moodle. If there is crazy snow, if we get a lot of snowfall, then the classes will just be moved online, and there will be a note on your Moodle page, and your instructor will probably reach out as well, because the link to the online class will end up on your course Moodle page. So we don't cancel classes anymore, which is great. One of the few good things that came out of the pandemic. Okay, so I'm going to move on to Moodle very quickly now. Do we have the club guys? Oh, clubs are coming? Okay, cool. So how many of you have been into Moodle? Yeah? So Moodle is kind of your link to everything. You'll get resources on Moodle. How many of you think you're going to remember everything that you heard today? You probably won't. You're hearing a lot of information, but just, rest assured it's all there. It's all on Moodle. You can find all this information on Moodle. I'm going to show you in a second where you can find it. You'll get access to useful resources. You'll also find out how to get in touch with people like Janice or the nurse or Mark. All of these people that you may need to talk to, you'll find out online or the immigration consultant too. Her information is on there as well. So the other thing is, it's the access to your courses that's the most important. So if you go on to any of the courses that you are going to be starting next week, the course outline's there. You can read up on it before the class starts so you get an idea of what you're going to be learning about. You can look at the evaluation timetable to see when things are going to be due. I'm going to show you what an evaluation timetable looks like. But Moodle is your access to everything. So get comfortable with it. You'll use your email login, the My Lambton credentials to get in. This is not quite what it looks like because it kind of changed over the holidays, but I do want to show you that this area here is where you'll see all the news. Anything that's happening on campus shows up in that middle reel. And if, for example, you see something on there and then it disappears, it's just further down. You can always search, just use this, and find a keyword and find out about activities that are coming up. This one is also good because how many of you are in a co-op program? Most of you have a co-op option, or mandatory co-op. You're going to be learning about that in your co-op session for those of you who have a co-op session at the end of the day today. And the other one that so upcoming events is just connected to your calendar. So I'm going to show you that. Sorry, I forgot to mention this. All of the menu items at the top will give you access to all of the stuff that you're learning today. Also, the Moodle page that you use to find out about the pre-arrival stuff, all of that's on Moodle. We're going to put the recordings from these sessions, not that you want to listen to it over and over again, but if there's something that someone mentioned, you can go back and take a look at it. The job board, also important. You all put your hands up. Most of you put your hands up when I said, are you going to be looking for a part-time job? So there is a job board on there. Those jobs, for the most part, are jobs on campus. When you come to the session on Friday, hopefully you're able to make it. Christine's going to tell you about all the other resources available to you to get a part-time job. But watch this job board because there are some pretty cool jobs on there. All the ambassadors that you see walking around campus right now, some of them would have applied for their job through the job board. I'm responsible for professional development at the college, so I run professional development sessions for our faculty during your break week. So if you're looking to get a little bit of extra cash, I'll be posting a job on the job board right around just before the break. Convocation. We have convocation in March, I think. Is that right? So in March, if you wanted to volunteer to be part of convocation, you could do that. It's downtown Toronto. It's a blast. And then you get a kind of a sneak peek at, what's going to happen in 2 years for you, right? It's cool. All of that stuff is on the job board. The calendar is also, the calendar of events that show up on the events in the middle, that reel in the middle, those events are typically put in as social events in the calendar, but your instructors should be putting your assignments in the calendar as well. So if you download the app, and I'll show you, this is the link to download the app, then you'll get updates when you know that you have assignments or when there's social functions happening or maybe a big co-op date. All those dates, you'll find out about them through Moodle. You'll get those alerts. So this is a good one to download, this app. Okay, and this is what Moodle looks like now. So those other screenshots were a little bit outdated, but it's not a whole lot different. But again, the menu items are here. There's menu items here too. If you don't see anything up here, just keep in mind there's a more button. So you'll have to, like my stuff, my policy stuff is under administration. I got relegated to that more button. I'm okay with that. But the new thing is this. So these are quick links to anything that's on what I call the toilet paper. This is a roll that just goes on and on and on. This is great because now you can just click on something that's on the page and it'll jump you to that page or to that section of the page. This is the student rights and responsibilities. I like to put that up there because that's our page, my department's page. This is student rights and responsibilities is that policy that I told you about that's so important and Mark would have told you about today as well. And then lastly, this is important because you're starting classes next week. Make sure you download the course outline, and I mentioned the evaluation timetable. This is what it looks like. So if you're in BMHT, we've got some BMHT people. This is one of your courses, Labor Relations Practicum. So you can see, although this I don't think is a term 1 course, but that's okay, it's still a new program. But you can see on day 4, assignment 2 is going to happen on day 4. It's a quiz on chapters 1 to 6, and it's worth 20% of your grade. So if you can, you should be able to see all of this by the end of the 2nd week. But I'm willing to bet Bob's on top of things. So for this particular course, I suspect that that's already there. But if it's not, if you have a course next week or, well, the courses that start next week, if you do not see an evaluation timetable by the end of the 2nd week, then you need to advocate for yourself and go to your instructor and tell them that we told you at orientation that you would have access to your evaluation timetable by now. You need to stay on top of that. They know it, and very rarely do they miss it, but we want you to know that you can ask for it. And I think that's it. Any questions? All good? It's a lot of information, but okay, so we have someone? Clubs. So we have someone from academic clubs to tell you all about academic clubs.
Yeah, so we just have a student here who's part of our clubs. So he'll just go through his experience.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Good. So I'm going to talk about the PM McGill Club. Can I have a show of hands? How many of you are in project management courses? PMIT, PMLT, or CPMT? How many of you are from project management background or have that project management course? Show of hands? Not many? Okay, a few at the back. We have something called the PM Guild Club, which is the project management club that is for aspiring project managers just like you. So you can either be a volunteer or be a member for that club. Now, the benefits of that is, first of all, it's gonna help you in networking. networking is very important in Canada because it helps you to meet the right people at the right time, and that can land you a good high-paying job in the future. So networking is very important, and secondly, it's gonna also add value to your resume. So if you become a volunteer, there's something called a CCR or co-curricular records. So being a volunteer at PM Guild, it's gonna show up in your CCR, and that's gonna add value to your profile for potential employers. And thirdly, being a volunteer or a member can help you gain experience. So what I mean by that is you're going to be interacting with other students and other members of this club who are at different stages of their career. So you might come across someone who has more experience, and you can learn and take value from them, and you can share your experience as well. So as you can see, it goes both ways. So I would highly encourage you all guys to join a club. It can be any club, maybe a club that is specific to your program. And if any one of you are in PMLT, PMIT, or CPMT, you can come and join the Project Management Guild. So we'll be, our booth is upstairs towards the left in the study room. We'll be there, and feel free to ask as many questions as you like. And yeah, thank you, and enjoy your journey here in Canada.
Thank you. I should mention also we have a business caucus club. So that's another academic club for my BSNT person, and also for BMHT, that's an option for you. And also we have ASQ, the American Society for Quality, I think. So that would affect some of our programs as well. So lots of academic clubs. This is also a great way for you to, it's a great way for you to network. It's also, you can volunteer, and as our colleague just said, this is great. Volunteering is a great way for you to get involved with your profession, but it looks amazing on your resume. When you start looking for a job in your recruitment term, in that third term, it's awesome if you have volunteer experience on your resume. I know you want to get paid. I know it's good for you to get a part-time job. That's also important. But if you can get an opportunity to volunteer, I would recommend that you do it. It's a great way to give back to the community. But more importantly, I guess, for you right now, it looks really good on your resume because it's Canadian experience, right? And that's it. So do you have any questions before I turn things over to, I think, Colin? We're going to do a draw, and we're also going to be doing a Kahoot for prizes. Lots of prizes that we're giving out. Although these guys upstairs might not be ready yet, so we might have to take a little breather.
Awesome. Thank you, Shauna. So this is the QR code for today's raffle and draw, so you guys can raffle for prizes. We have great prizes for you. We're just going to do the Kahoot in about 5 minutes. We're just going to let that session up there with Student Services just finish up. So you can just take like a 5-minute breather or break, and then we'll reconvene for the Kahoot. And then later, if you guys want to visit the clubs, you're more than to up there, or there's some meet your program information sessions or your co-op advisor in the other room, okay? So just take about 5 minutes, and then we'll reconvene with Colin for Kahoot, okay? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So my name's Colin. I'll be the host for the raffle draw in the Kahoot. If you haven't already scanned the QR code for our raffle draw, I'd encourage you to do so. We're just going to be waiting a little bit longer. There's a couple of co-op sessions going on right now with lots of students, and I know that there's another session in the Will Room going on right now. So I just want to make sure that everyone's here, or at least most of you are here for the Kahoot and the raffle draw. So we'll just wait a little longer. So hang tight. We'll be with you shortly to start that. But like I said, if you haven't scanned this, please scan it. We'll be giving out prizes. So raffle draw winner gets a prize, and the top 3 winners of the Kahoot get a prize as well. And if you're not familiar with Kahoot, it's a very simple quiz game. You play using your phone. You can just scan another QR code that we'll be putting up here. So anyway, looking forward to playing with you guys. We'll be starting our Kahoot game and our raffle draw in about 5 minutes. Maybe a little less. Hopefully, the other session ends soon.
Awesome, Penny. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Just give it 1 minute and then you can go.
Yep, 1 minute? Okay.
Because they're just coming out of her class.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah, first raffle and then Kahoot. Yeah. And Caroline, I'm thinking if someone doesn't, if I like draw the raffle and that person doesn't come, we'll just email that person. I've done this before where we like email them and let them know they won the raffle. Just because like I don't want to like keep
Yeah, yeah,
drawing
that's
and
fine.
drawing
Yeah,
because
we'll
I
do that.
feel like
Are you
it was.
okay to email them?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah,
Email. I
okay.
did that last time because it was like it happened that we forgot about the raffle and then did it at the very end. Yeah.
No
So,
worries.
yep.
Hi,
Just
guys.
so that we're not.
We're just doing Kahoot. If you guys want to have a seat, it's just for a chance to win prizes. So if you want to have a seat, we're just going to do a draw, okay? Hey, guys, we're just going to be doing Kahoot. Yeah, you can have a seat, okay? Okay, just start it.
Yeah. All right. For those of you who are just joining the atrium, please quickly scan the QR code. We're going to leave it up for about another 30 seconds. And then we'll do our raffle draw and then play Kahoot. So this QR code is for the raffle draw. Yep. All here? Yeah.
Okay, guys, did everyone scan the QR code? Because we're going to start, okay? Did everyone scan the QR code? Good? Yes? Okay, perfect.
Awesome. So we will do our raffle draw in just a moment. There are 197 of you, so you're each assigned a number, and I will draw that number randomly with this program, and the winner, I will announce your name, and you can come up and receive your prize. The winner is number 29. That is Sahil Kumar Patel from CPMT. Awesome. There he is. Congratulations. There he is. Yep. Congratulations. Yeah, we're going to get a picture. Yep. So, camera's right here. Awesome. Thanks. Congratulations, Sahil Kumar. So now, we just need to stop the music. There we go. Yep. I think it's done. So now we'll start the Kahoot, and I'll give you all a moment to scan the QR code to join the game. It's a very simple game. It's just there's going to be a question here on the board, on the screen, and you answer that question on your phone. Very simple. So just take a moment. I'll give you all about 1 minute. And this is all Cestar and Lambton trivia and trivia regarding things that you learned today. So I hope you all paid attention during your sessions today. I'll just wait a little bit. Okay, I still see some people scanning the QR code. All right, is everybody in? No, one more. Okay, I think it's safe to say we can get started. So you should be able to join mid-game as well. So once again, this is all trivia regarding things you learned in your sessions today. So let's see who paid attention. Top 3 get a prize. And our first question here, which of the following is a Lambton College in Toronto initiative for students? Choose all that apply. So multiple correct answers here. And we have 3 correct answers. We do not give out free iPhones at Lambton College in Toronto, but all of the rest of these are student-run student initiatives. So let's see who's on the leaderboard. We have Bakchad, Carmel, and Sahara in the top 3. When contacting the college by email, I should always include my name, student number, and program. We do not need any other of these names here. Carmel, Ayush, and Zaharia in top 3. Next question. How many emails should you send to different departments and faculty members? just one. Most of you got this one right. So just one email per faculty member or department, right? So we see Zahara in first, Ayush in second. Next question. How long should you wait a response to your email? Up to 5 business days. So wait 5 business days before coming back up to see who's replied. So next question. So just keep in mind that you can only have 3 tickets open at a time. So if you email student services, IT, and immigration, that's 3 tickets. You have to wait till those tickets are closed before opening another. So just don't keep emailing different departments if they're not answering your question. Next question we have here. How much do on-campus tutoring center services cost? Absolutely nothing. It's free. So the tutoring center right up the stairs to the right, it's a free service that's included with your tuition. You can go if you're struggling with a class or you need help with writing an essay or some other assignment, they're there to help you. No change in the leaderboard. Next question. Student work is reported for academic dishonesty if, choose all that apply. Any of these things. So if you do any of these things, you might be reported for academic dishonesty. And my colleague Mark, if you went to his session, that is the only time you wanted to see him was today. So hopefully none of you have to meet with Mark. Next question. If you want to use ChatGPT or other AI for your assignments, you need to ask your instructor for permission before using it. Yes, so make sure that if you do want to use ChatGPT for a particular assignment, that you are asking your instructor before. And if you have questions regarding immigration, whom should you contact? Yes, you should contact the college's licensed immigration advisor. I and some of my other colleagues are not supposed to give you immigration advice, but Zoe, the college's licensed immigration advisor, can. So if you have any questions, once again, about immigration, contact Zoe. Her email is right here. Very simple, immigration@cestarcollege.com. Next question. If you experience mental health issues, culture shock, or sexual violence, which college supports can you turn to? All of the above. All of the above. Okay, so like we said, we are here to help. We're here to have resources that promote health and wellness, assist with mental health concerns, assure that our students are never alone, promote health and safe relationships, and we always refer students to appropriate resources and organizations that can help you in different situations. Next question. What sorts of things can you get at Tim Hortons? Choose all that apply. You've probably seen Tim Hortons all over the place up here. You can get any of these things at Tim Hortons. Very good. Very good. Next question. Where on campus is Tim Hortons? Little campus geography here. So, first floor of Building A. The building we are currently in is Building B. Building B, so the first building, the tall building that's 5 floors high, that's building A. So the first floor of building A. And Tim Hortons, like I said, is on campus. You can find Tim Hortons in the first floor of building A, and the canteen on the second floor and the gift shop are also places to get snacks. Next question. What is the minimum GPA you need to be eligible for co-op? Who paid attention during their co-op info sessions? 2.8, very good. All but 3 got that one right. So 2.8 GPA to be eligible for co-op in your final term. And where can you find material for your courses as well as important information on college policies and services? Moodle. Very good. Most of you were paying attention during the culture session. So before we end, just make sure that you follow us on Instagram at Lambton College in Toronto. And thank you for participating. We're going to just see who's won. And if you see your name that come up, please come up to accept your reward. And make sure that you keep your phone open so that you can prove who has won. So in first, Dilpreet, Zahara in second, and Maharan in third. Please come up to receive your prize. Second, oh, congratulations. We're going to get a picture, so just stick right over here. Oh. First, awesome. Congratulations. First place? Congratulations. So just stand underneath your names. We're going to get a picture. Let's hear it for our winners. Okay, thank you all for playing. And the final part of the day, we have some co-op sessions and meet your program coordinator sessions. So in room 126, FPWT, 126 is over here, you will meet your co-op advisor, Peter. In room 127, also this direction, BMHT, you will meet your program or co-op advisor, Marina. In room 128, FSQT will meet their co-op advisor, Brian. In room 130, also this direction, MMDT will meet their program coordinator, Bassam. And in room 223, CPMT will meet their program coordinator, Sarmad. So 223 is upstairs right over here. So anyone in CPMT, you are going to the second floor. Thank you all for playing, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.